Full meeting to order. First on our agenda is agenda approval. So looking for approval of the agenda as presented. Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chair. I'll move approval of the agenda as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre of approval of the agenda as presented. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to item 3, delegations and appointments. First up is Northwest Polytechnic Director or General Manager Lapp.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So I believe we have representatives here from Northwest Polytechnic to provide a update presentation and kind of introduce themselves to council. So maybe if we could, I think the guest table there is available at the front. Come forward. I'm sorry, we haven't met yet either, so
Okay.
so maybe I'll let the ladies introduce themselves.
Okay, I'll turn on your mics. So welcome, Vanessa and Shauna. I'll let you do the introductions and
Thank you very much. A lot of familiar faces here today. We're really excited to be here today to talk a little bit about what NWP is doing and where we're going in the future. I'm Shauna Miller and I'm the board chair of Northwestern Polytechnic, and this is Vanessa Shane. She is our acting president at NWP, and I am going to turn it over to her to give the presentation.
Thanks, Shauna. Thanks everyone for having us. Just waiting for the presentation to pull up here. And we can advance a few slides. Yeah, so thanks for having us. This presentation was put together with a bit of a two-part kind of current state or what last academic year was, and then things that we're working on for the 23-24 academic year. Next slide.
And just so you know, Vanessa, we do have the presentation on our screen, so we may not be following along on the screen.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we can advance again. There we go. So this first slide here is just showing our enrollment growth. So last academic year was the first year since the 2013-2014 academic year that we had a year-over-year increase in enrollment. So that's a good news story. And this table, you'll see that we had increased enrollment in all of our different credentials that we offer. So the certificate, which includes journeyman, our apprenticeship diplomas are those 2-year programs. And then in the non-credential, that includes university transfer, the nursing program, the education program, open studies, academic upgrading. So we did see increases across the board. We also received last year some funding envelopes from the Ministry of Advanced Education, and so those were the 3 programs we implemented last year. So our Bachelor of Science in Nursing, we took in 120 students last year into year 1, which was an increase of 40. Our practical nurse in Grand Prairie, we increased by 16 seats, and then our healthcare aide, we increased by 16 seats as well. And that increase was seen by offering a cohort of healthcare aide from our Fairview campus. So students can take healthcare aide at either Grand Prairie or Fairview campus. Last year, we also saw an increased demand for apprenticeship, and so those were the extra 80 seats there in apprenticeship last year. Perhaps not surprising to any of you that that's where the increased demands were in those programs. And so heavy equipment and automotive service tech are offered on our Fairview campus. The millwright and electrician and instrumentation are offered in Grand Prairie. The other big things that happened last year, of course, we moved our health programs over into the Health Education Center, which is located on the 2nd and 3rd floor of the Grand Prairie Regional Hospital. We launched our 2nd period instrumentation tech intake, and that's through partnership with Spartan, where the students are actually in Spartan Control's shop. And then we have International Nurse Bridging Program that we're getting ready to launch. Well, that's a collaboration with Bow Valley College, Portage College, and Keano College. And then we also established a transfer agreement to the University of Lethbridge for our animal health technology grads, that they can continue on to complete their Bachelor of Agriculture degree at the University of Lethbridge if they're interested. We also, our continuing education arm, which is our non-credit arm of our offerings, received some funding for micro-credential expansion. And so our MELT Class 1 driver training, of course, is very popular, has an extensive wait list. So we did expand that offering last year. We worked with a national group for supportive care aid, which is kind of that intro into the healthcare aid. We launched bovine ultrasound, which was in collaboration with the Alberta Registered Vet Techs Association, which allows registered veterinarian techs to do those pregnancy ultrasounds on cattle. So it frees up vets for more vet-specific work. We also launched some healthcare professional micro-credentials and related to sexual assault and rural sexual assault care. Early learning and childcare micro-credential, which allows individuals to come in and get their level 1, and then if they want to continue in the credit program, they would get advanced standing. And we are excited that we have 4 new micro-credentials that we're preparing to launch this upcoming year, and those include Indigenous Health and Mental Wellness, which was developed with Western Cree Tribal Council, a Master Electrician micro-credential, Medical Office Administrator, and Basic Bookkeeping. This is a very small text copy of the goals in our strategic plan. And you'll see the strategic plan was a 10-year strategic plan, and I will just highlight the categories on this slide that our goals include to be a top employer. As you may recall, we're working on the Center for Entrepreneurial Excellence and launching that for the support of the region and also enhanced learning for our students. The entrepreneurial education and what does that look like in all of our programs to support students' development of those entrepreneurial thinking skills. Increase enrollment, looking for alternative funding sources, and then enhancing our physical space utilization. Next slide. Last year, we were busy developing a number of plans. So the strategic plan was one, and from the strategic plan, we developed and launched our master academic plan, the strategic enrollment management plan, and our campus master plan, and all of those are found on our website. Next slide. We're also excited to announce that we did receive 1.75 million funding from NSERC to continue the research that we do at the National Bee Diagnostic Center, which is in the newly named Agriculture and Biosciences Applied Research Center located near Beaver Lodge. And so that supports the research that's happening there, and that's national level research in that center. So we're really proud of that. And then last year, of course, the full year kind of coming out of COVID, our athletics teams had full access. There were no longer COVID restrictions there for spectators or athletes. We did have 2 golf tournaments. So of course, the Grand Prairie one's been around for a while. We had our first one in Fairview in the summer. We celebrated in March our birthday or anniversary of launching in 2022, the Northwestern Polytechnic name. Convocation, of course, was a success, and we had moved it to June during the week to align with other post-secondary institutions. And then we reinstated the President's Ball last year coming out of COVID as well. So up and coming for this year, we are launching new programs. Our 2 new degrees, Bachelor of Computing Science and Bachelor of Business Administration, start next week. Our Bachelor of Business Administration, we're very happy to say that our graduates can, if they take the accounting emphasis, do meet the requirements of CPA, and if they take the human resources emphasis, meet the requirements for the CPHR accreditation. Our office administration program has been revamped, working with our program advisory committee, that it's now called the Office Professional Certificate. We are launching business administration post-diploma certificates in those 3 areas of financial planning, HR management, and marketing. We are expanding our practical nurse program in Fairview. They started this past Monday. And then our Think Big program, which is our collaborative program with Caterpillar and Finning Canada. We typically have 2 intakes of students, and we're launching a 3rd intake this year, which will take in 18 more students into that program. And those students are hired as Finning employees when they enter. So that's great. And then again, we are seeing an increased demand for our apprenticeship programs, and in those ones listed there is where we're seeing the highest demand, particularly in first period or in second period of those ones. And so we're working with the province to secure extra resources to accommodate the demand in those programs. Health, of course, our BSCN, we took in another 120 into first year this year, and then the PN with the expansion to Fairview, we're taking in more there. Our engineering university transfer, it's a successful program. You may recall it was suspended and we didn't offer it for a couple of years. Last year was the first year we relaunched it with 11 students, and we have over 30 students starting with us on Monday in that program. So it's been very successful. We're seeing growth also in our visual arts programming, and then our Bachelor of Business Administration degree, which is launching for the first time next Monday, is seeing high demand there as well. This is a plug for the President's Ball. It's upcoming in October. We'd be more than happy to welcome all of you there, and you can find information about that on our website.
Actually, for that, if you could send an invite to our administration, that would be perfect. And it'll get into our calendars and stuff.
Okay. Thanks, Bob. Will do. And one of the things since I've stepped into the acting president role that we're being really diligent on is strengthening the community connections. And so these are a few areas of how we're doing that. On the academic side is really strengthening those program advisory committees and ensuring that they're active committees, action oriented, and that they're connected directly to industries in which the graduates will be seeking employment. We're connecting to the Indigenous communities in the area, community leaders, municipalities like yourself, and then regional organizations in business industry as well as in the nonprofit area. And in the Global Center for Entrepreneurial Excellence, we are still working through our funding proposal with that, and I know the county's been a supporter of that project, and so thank you for that. And it is still continuing, and we're excited to see that come to be too. And then other exciting opportunities that are upcoming is a lot of program development. So this goes back to those program advisory committees and working with industry and where the workforce areas or workforce labor needs are. And so this is a list of different programs that we are in various stages of development, and those include certificate programs all the way up to degree programs in terms of a Bachelor of Education degree. And yeah, as I said, we're at various stages. And so the other one, that agriculture operator, farm worker, we're working with regional agriculture producers in and around our Fairview campus to help them with their workforce needs and something that's unique to this area that will support the needs of this area. And then I'm happy to provide an update on the regional medical education piece. So in January, in the mandate letter from Premier Smith to the Minister of Advanced Education, it was noted that the University of Alberta, University of Calgary work with Northwestern Polytechnic and the University of Lethbridge to establish regional medical education. And so that work has continued and still continues since January. And we are at a place where the University of Alberta and the University of Calgary have taken more students into their program this fall, with the intention that once they get to year 3, they will be dispersed to Grand Prairie and Lethbridge. So we've been working with the U of A. And then there's a proposal in with the Ministry of Advanced Education and the Ministry of Health that would see actually medical students do all 4 years in Grand Prairie or the north, and then vice versa in Lethbridge in the south. And so that's very much a work in project, but it's an exciting project. It's truly transformational to how the province educates and provides training for physicians. And the province of Alberta is the only province that currently does not have a distributed medical education program. And so this would bring Alberta up to where the other provinces are. And so students can do their medical education outside of Edmonton and Calgary. The other update is our Power Engineering and Instrumentation Lab. We were successful to receive funding from the province this spring, and so we are in our draft drawing engineering phase of what that lab will look like, and that lab will be located in the main Cardinal building in Grand Prairie. And that lab will allow us to expand our offerings of power engineering, engineering technology, and then expand into third period and fourth period instrumentation and control technician as well. With that, I turn it back to you for any questions or comments for Shauna or I.
Well, lots of information there in a very short period of time. So thanks for the presentation. Are there any questions from council? Councillor Beaupre?
Thank you very much, Vanessa and Shauna, for the presentation. Interesting to see and exciting to see all of the opportunities that are coming the way for Northwest Polytech and the region. Myself and Reeve Marshall and my fellow councillor Peterson were able to sit into the Masqua medical clinic, I think they call themselves, and they talked about their relationship as well with Northwest Polytech. This medical initiative is, I assume, is tied to some of that as well. And it's really exciting to hear that there's going to be some things, well, hopefully some things, as long as we can get the funding source and everything else all the direction that it comes to the municipal or to the area for it. So it's really exciting. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from council? So, yeah, I mean, Vanessa, we did meet earlier this month and we talked extensively about a lot of things around this and opportunities and such. And I think one of the other things we talked about is trying to get a connection now that COVID's in the rearview mirror, hopefully, meeting with the board of directors at council, and just kind of an informal, we used to do that in the past, and then it just gives an opportunity to have a brainstorming flush out session as well. So, but I really appreciate you guys coming in and updating on all the things that are happening. As Councillor Beaupre said, it's very exciting and it'll be nice to see. I mean, the region really needs it. So
Yes, and thank you very much for having us here today. It's been Northwestern Polytechnic, since we become a polytechnic, has had an enormous amount of change going on in the institution. And our board is really committed to repositioning ourselves to focus on stakeholder engagement, connecting with industry, making sure that we're aligning our programming with what the future of our industries need. And Vanessa has been doing an extraordinary job connecting with stakeholders across the Peace region to really try and tap into what's the need out there. And with the medical training, I do know that is high on the province's priority lists. The Premier toured the Fairview campus a couple of weeks ago, and she did indicate that is a priority, more medical training in the north to try and increase the number of doctors that stay in the north. So there is a lot of effort being put on that within the institution. And, you know, Masqua could be one of those partnerships there, but that is still developing at this point.
yeah, I do have some more questions. Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. Just to follow up with that, under the new programs, I see the practical nurse expansion in Fairview. Could you maybe expand a little bit on the Fairview campus? I know that there's been some concerns from municipalities, and we were written by our colleagues about the potential closure of the Fairview campus. So maybe this might be a good time for an update on that if possible.
Okay, I'm going to let Vanessa talk a little bit about the campus master plan, because some of the issues there revolve around that, and then I can talk to it after.
Yeah, thanks. So with our Fairview campus, actually with both campuses in the campus master plan, we were looking at right sizing our campus and looking at our deferred maintenance need and what our funds available for capital maintenance and renewal are available to us. And so on our Fairview campus, there are a number of buildings that are not needed based on the current programs we offer, our projected enrollment growth, and the amount of deferred maintenance and cost it would bring. So in the campus master plan, there were a number of buildings that were recommended to be demolished on our Fairview campus, and some on our Grand Prairie campus too. And unfortunately, the communication with our community partners was not strong. And so that raised a lot of flags and questions around what does this mean? Are you closing the campus? Are we losing programs? That type of thing. So none of the implications from our campus master plan have any impact on programming. The programming is staying and growing, and the direction is to grow both our campuses, and we're working to do that. So since that letter and since the meetings that have happened, I've been reaching out and working very closely with those community stakeholders in the municipalities, kind of in the region, but specifically focused around Fairview, at least initially, to clarify any information or questions or hear their feedback and work with them. So where we are in that process is we're going to be putting out a call for expression of interest to see if there's any organizations that may want to use some of those buildings for their own operations or initiatives, and then be very open and transparent of how long that call for EOIs is open, how long we will review and make decisions, and then what next steps are if there's no proposal that comes forward. So.
Yes, and our board is very committed to the Fairview campus. We haven't been very good at communicating that out, and that is something that we are endeavoring to do better moving forward, and that's part of what we've tasked Vanessa with, is that community engagement and external relations within the institution. So that will be different moving forward.
Councillor Peterson.
Yeah, so I attended that meeting in Fairview, and that was my summary from that meeting. Is it was a communication problem, not a plan problem. Plan was actually quite good and made sense if people knew it, but they didn't, and that causes a lot of panic in the community. And I think you're on it, you know,
Yeah.
you're dealing with it.
And that's on us because we did not communicate appropriately out, and we are very sorry for that. And we will make the changes to get more communication out, not only to them, but to all our community stakeholders.
Yeah, but you're doing the right thing now. You've changed that. You found the weakness and you're fixing it. And so I think that's great. And I think it'll be good going forward there. I attended that Mascot meeting as well. And it really looks to me to address some of the big problems we have in Northern Alberta healthcare. And so I really am supportive of that project and hope that it can move forward to fruition soon. And then I had a question on the entrepreneurial training you have. So, you know, I'm very excited about it, having entrepreneurial training here. I think it's been the advantage of this area is the entrepreneurs it's had. Except most of those entrepreneurs didn't train to be. So my question is, how do you train an entrepreneur, you know, besides business courses? Because what additional things do you do?
Well, Vanessa and I were just discussing this yesterday, and training an entrepreneur it's a big thing. I'm an entrepreneur myself, and I think where the foundation of it is you know, that critical thinking, that innovative solution based problem solving, that sort of thing. So what we would see, or and Vanessa will correct me if I'm wrong, but we will see aspects of entrepreneurial training kind of peppered throughout all of our programming in the institution. So really encouraging students to think dynamically about the problems that they see out in the world and in their professions, and how they can be creative in finding solutions for those, and really encouraging them to think big. Which is, I think, one of the things that entrepreneurs do really well. Of course, different aspects like business training and that sort of thing, if you want to be an entrepreneur, but you can have entrepreneurial thinking and be an employee within an organization. And I think we would be successful if we could look at our graduates and see them going to work in companies and really taking that innovative and dynamic thinking to help propel those companies forward.
Yeah, just to add on, that still is part of the work we're working through, is just clarifying when we say entrepreneurial what we mean, right? And that often that first instinct is to go to the small business entrepreneurs and think of it as the person, but really broadening that, as Shauna said, to look at entrepreneurial thinking and how the skill sets involved with that. So our Center for Entrepreneurial Excellence and the entrepreneurial education work that we've been doing internally to date is really breaking that that down and expanding. So as Shauna said, someone in nursing, what skills from an entrepreneurial thinking perspective can we infuse throughout their program so they have those skills of problem solving, that kind of fail forward, that critical thinking and innovation perspective.
So is your objective to create entrepreneurs, or is it to create entrepreneurial thinking in a job site?
So for the Center for Entrepreneurial Excellence, it is geared towards, from an external facing, it's geared towards the small business owners and helping them enhance their entrepreneurial skills and for their business, right? So they would come in with a specific issue, problem, challenge, and seek help. From a student perspective, kind of program wide, is more the thinking skills. So not necessarily to produce an entrepreneur, absolutely have those supports if that's their goal, but more so starting with the thinking pieces that can be incorporated at various pathways that they choose.
Okay, one more thing I'd say, I was an entrepreneur most of my life. I took a course in Toronto for 4 years that was based solely for entrepreneurs. And it was, I felt, a very valuable course for myself and for the others that I seen within that, and how they were able to improve their own businesses through it. So I think with the right training program, it's helpful. So I hope you can get on that similar path.
Thank you.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. Just a little bit further to the questions that Councillor Peterson asked. I know there's organizations within our community already that do entrepreneurial coaching and support financially for SMEs. And I was wondering if you probably would be working in collaboration with some of those, because it seems like there'd be almost competition, I guess, for those individuals. And some of them are not necessarily able to commit full-time to classroom work and things like that. So I would really encourage that you look at those individuals within the community to help out with some of that.
Yeah, thank you for that. So we have been working in collaboration with some community organizations because we don't want to duplicate. We kind of want to make it easier. And that, just to your last comment, it's something I've heard, right? Is use the regional, local experts and people with the experience where we can. And so we're really circling back on that piece too.
Okay, once again, thank you guys for coming in. I really appreciate the update and stuff, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you very much for having us.
So with that, we'll move on to item 3.3, or no, 3.2 on our agenda, which is Regional Agricultural Exhibition Society update. Yes, I'll get Kim and you all to come forward. Norley, you're going to do the introductions?
Yes. Sir. So today we have Kim Randall, the general manager, and Brad Richards, board president, and they brought another guest with them that they'll introduce from the Grand Prairie Regional Agriculture and Exhibition Society to provide the committee of the whole with a semi-annual status update of the activities hosted at Evergreen Park and a financial overview, which includes year-to-date numbers.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just get you to introduce yourselves and then let you carry on. Thank you.
Well, I'm Brad Richards, I'm board president.
Kim Randall, general manager, and we have Jennifer Tukey, who's our accounting manager at the park with us.
Joe Renoy, our finance advisor on the board, is working out of country, so that's why he's not here today. So, yeah, this is just our semi-annual review. Give me a feel for where we're at. As you know, Evergreen Park we have a lot of hats and coats we wear, and we're definitely for the community. We've our history date back to 1911. And then if we advance to the slides, says Evergreen events, is that, who has that?
Just one more.
Next page, please. Oh, yes, we did win a number of marketing awards at the AAS conference. That's the Alberta Agricultural Association Society. So we won a number of marketing awards this year at their convention. So just a little bragging point there. And then in 2022, this is a summary of some of the events that we've had. We're getting close to our 2019 levels again. And a lot of that's just the events that are directly under control of the Evergreen Parks Board. Below there's a number of other groups that are on site: Grand Prairie Minor Baseball, the Archery Club, Gymkhana, and that 539 events does not include many of their activities. So it's definitely a busy place. And their estimation of 235,000 visitors in 2022. I do think we're seeing an uptake in that in 2023. Stampede being probably a good example of that. So I'll just turn this over to Kim.
So I'm just going to highlight a few feature events that we've had in the past year and that that we really enjoyed having at the park. If you want to advance the slide, please, slide 2. Next one, there you go. So we had a Halloween function that was a rental of the facility last year, but it turned out to be a family event during the daytime and an adult event at nighttime. It turned out really, really well. They're coming back again for this coming year. It was about 700 people last year, so we anticipate at least 1,000 coming for the event this year. And that's kind of ties into our Blanchford Field of Nightmares. And we'll see those two, I think, work together to promote the park for Halloween. Next slide. This year we started out the year right at the very beginning of January with the Bull Congress. We haven't had one at the park in a number of years. And we had it come to us from Dawson Creek, which was very exciting to take a little something from our neighbors and bring it to Grand Prairie. Yeah, but they're coming back here again this year. So they enjoyed themselves so much that they're trying to have it back to back here at the park. So that was really nice to see it return to Grand Prairie. The next slide. We had a large conference in January as well. It was the, well, I forget the, thank you, AAAF, abbreviation is what I was trying to say. And it was massive for the park. We came out of that about 100,000 ahead in revenue. There was expenses, of course, against that, but it was a really, really big conference for January for the park. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen every year, but we'll hope to get that one back in about 3 or 4 years again. And then Growing the North, you can go to the next slide, was another annual conference that we have at the park that helps us in our quieter times in January and February and is put on by the Chamber of Commerce. So glad to see them back. Our Peace Country Ag Show returned again. Last year, it wasn't quite full with COVID. Some groups still wouldn't send employees to trade shows. This year, we were 100% sold out, had great attendance. The Bull Show is the next slide. You'll see we had really good attendance. They were very happy with their participation. And then the ski joring, of course, is a really fun one that is tied to our Ag Show. And of course, the Farm Family event was a big hit too. And then new this spring, again in the renovated Louis Hawks, we had an indoor rodeo. This event was extremely popular. We had standing room only on the Friday night, and about 1,500 visitors for the 2 days that they ran it. And then the following weekend, we had a high school rodeo, and we haven't had an indoor high school rodeo there. I'm not sure for many years. So we're really trying to get a return to events in the Louis Hawks now that it is renovated. You can go to the next slide. It's actually a video if you want to click on the video. Maybe. So some really great music goes with the video, but I'll talk. So we did see we had a great Stompede this year. They had record numbers on Friday, which is always the stress day for us. We were so close to saying we have to stop having people in the park because we had no more place to park people. And it was about that time that we started to see the transition of people that were there early leave. And so we were able to continue to park people. We have about a 30,000 to the bottom line increase in our revenue at the park because of the numbers that came to the Stompede this year. So it was really a successful event for us at Evergreen Park, and I believe for Stompede as well. Also in conjunction with the Stompede, we had the tarp auction return to the park, and that was 550 people banquet, and they raised, oh geez, I can't remember. It was a lot of money for all of their tarp auctions for the chuck wagon drivers, so that was great. And then new this year, and unfortunately it won't be annually, but it was a great event. We had the RCMP musical ride come to the park. They approached us about wanting to be stay in Grand Prairie as part of their Cross Canada tour to celebrate 150 years for the RCMP, not the ride, but the RCMP themselves. And we stabled them in the Louis Hawks, and the public were able to go in and see them there. We approached our local Gymkhana and our Heavy Horse Club to do the opening event or opening show for the RCMP, which was wonderful to be able to showcase our local clubs. And it was a 2-day event. We had events, or they were here with us for 5 days, but they did 2 shows for us, one on Saturday and one on Sunday, and we raised about $40,000 for the park out of those 2 events. So it was very successful as well. The next event that is new to the park was the Ranch Music Festival. It was a rental of our facility, and we made sure that we received our payment up front for the facility rental. I don't think we would have received it if we had waited afterwards. It was not very successful, I don't think, unfortunately for them. Only about 1,000 people attended the 3-day show, and I think they definitely struggled with that event. The next thing that we participated in June, which everybody is familiar with, was the wildfires, and we fed some of the firefighters locally at the park. That's just a picture of our staff putting those meals together, and we appreciate the county reaching out to us and letting us be helpful for that difficult time. We also hosted, you can go to the next slide, the Grand Prairie Night Market was new to us out at Evergreen Park this year. They held 3 dates. They were about 4,000 people over the 3 days for each of the events. So roughly about 12,000 people came through the grounds for the night market. I'm not sure if they'll return or not. It was a bit of hit and miss for the vendors, whether it worked for them or not. But for Evergreen Park, it was great to see different people come out to our facility, and it worked well for us, and I think worked well for the organizers as well. So then July and August is our feature, of course, out at Evergreen Park is horse racing. We have it every weekend, and we do several feature weekends. We have, of course, the Wiener Dog races, which everybody hears about, and it's very successful. We have our Derby weekend. This year it was sold out ahead of time, and some people were disappointed that they couldn't get in for our brunch, but we'll maybe try and expand it next year. The following weekend was Bacon Fest. Again, we take $1 from every ticket we sell for Bacon Fest, and it goes to the Firefighters Association. And we sold every ticket that we could. We basically sold out for that event as well. And then we hosted Open Farm Days on our second last weekend. New event, we sold about 420 tickets for our Farm to Table event for that. And then our final weekend was our Paint the Park Purple and our fundraiser for pancreatic cancer. So just a really successful year. We, on the Wiener Dog Days specifically, we had a record on-site handle of 23,000. And then on that same day, we had a record handle that for online and in person of almost 200,000. So those are records for the park forever. We've never seen handles like that at the park. And for the year, we finished the year at 1.5 million in handle. And for us at the park, it means we get 3% of whatever the handle is. So if we get more, we do get a benefit for having a higher handle for our racing. So then the other feature we just wanted to touch base on, we do so many fundraisers at the park over the year. I didn't want to get into all of the ones that happen and the facility rentals, but overall we raised, or charities raised $1.5 million for their foundations at the park in 2022. We anticipate that to increase to over 2 million next year because Big Hearts did not host this past year. Tennille was not available, and that one function raises almost $500,000 itself. So Evergreen Park is there as a great facility for these charities to give back to the community. And then I think most of you are familiar with our user groups, but I thought we'd highlight just some of them. We have the Game Country Archers. They have an outdoor facility, and then they also do indoor events inside the Drysdale facility. We have barrel racing. We actually have the finals going on at the Louis Hawks next weekend. And Gymkhana is a user group that uses a facility all the time, our outdoor facility and inside. We have the Peace Draft Horse Club, wonderful group to work with us. They came and helped do wagon rides at our open farm days, but of course do a fundraiser for the park for the lights. Minor Baseball is a big partner for us. They're looking to expand their facility over there, so I'm sure you'll hear from them in the near future about wanting to add some more diamonds there. South Peace Horse Club, one of our longest user groups here at the park. They're actually having a competition this weekend. They typically have a large one every September, but this is again one of their big events that's going on. And 4-H is a big partner with us for many things. They help us clean up and use our facility for their events, where it's really a nice way to keep youth engaged with the Evergreen Park. Ducks Unlimited has the Learning Center. They have upgraded their facility this year, or they're in the process of upgrading it, making some of the paths more wheelchair accessible, making the entrance a little bit more interesting, and then adding an area for an outdoor classroom just to get it ready for the next step for them. The Community Disc Golf, they are a national quality disc golf course. And yeah, they're a great partner to have at the park as well. So the other item that we wanted to highlight was our work with Travel Alberta. And we've been attending a lot of, well, all of the learning sessions that they've had, all of the engagement sessions to learn about the Northern Rockies area, which is basically from Hinton all the way up to Grand Cache. And they're trying to develop another tourism area like Jasper and Banff that can attract international visitors. And so we see that Evergreen Park can be, we believe Evergreen Park can be a great partner for that vision that they have to help double revenue within Alberta tourism in the next, by 2035. And we'll be finding every way that we can to be a part of that growth here at Evergreen Park, and hopefully tied into events that are with the Dinosaur Museum, whether it's our conferences building offsites to go there, or if we look at possibly doing glamping at Evergreen Park, having trails for horseback riding, whatever we can work with the vision that will drive some international travelers to our region. I think it's a great fit because we have such a wonderful airport here in Grande Prairie. I know that we have challenges with flights, in and out, but I do believe that if you look at other places, we have that as a real benefit to us here in Grand Prairie. And we can, I think Alberta Tourism realizes it as well, that there's a real opportunity to bring people up from Jasper, loop them up to us and build that Northern Rockies as a international tourist attraction. So the next slide is our audited financials for Evergreen Park. Just wanted to include them in there. I don't know if everybody had seen them or not, just so you know where our financials ended up at the end of 2022. We did, on paper lose 148,000, and we are always working to try and make that a better bottom line, as you all know. The next, just again, another slide in there that we do realize that there is still some long-term debt that's held by the county for Evergreen Park. It totals just about 1.7 million. And we thank the county for, holding that for Evergreen Park and looking after it for us. So this is our year-to-date for our financial statements as of June 30th. And we're sitting, fairly well. We've had, I'm just going to bring over this one here. We've had some great events that have helped us to increase our revenue to the bottom line. The RCMP, as we mentioned, we did have a casino as well that was about 39,000. With our food and beverage and our lounge in the casino, we're up almost 200,000 between the two of them in revenue. And so that's really helped us to our year to date to be ahead of our budget specifically. We are a little behind in our facility rentals. We budgeted for the potential to be an oil and gas show this spring, but that didn't happen. So that put us behind about 30,000. Our campground is down almost 20,000. And that relates back to the fires and the smoke and people not necessarily traveling to Northern Alberta in June specifically. So that was definitely an area that hit our campground specifically. And then Stampede was, again, we're doing really great. We're ahead of budget for Stampede, about 30,000 as well. On the expense side, however, we have some ups as well. Our utilities are up 38,000 over what we budgeted, and that's just our
Distribution.
Yes, distribution fees. We love them not, and we'll continue to talk to the government about those because it's just difficult. I'll leave it at that. Repair and maintenance, we're up about 80,000 compared to budget. Not sure if we budgeted a little light there. In looking at it, it's just a little bit of everything. It could be HVAC, it could be track repair. It's a little of everything. So unfortunately, it's up quite a bit. Food and beverage, to go with that increased revenue, we have increased costs for food costs and wages and so forth of about 60K. And then security is up, and 50/50s. So there's an there's an increase in revenue at the top line, but it also comes out at the bottom line for our 50/50. So that's a bit of an anomaly that's on both sides. And that's our year to date where we're sitting. We of course want to thank the county for all your support and help at Evergreen Park. We definitely couldn't do what we do without the county support, whether it's financially or just the people here that the work at the county. Just an example, at Stampede, we came up with a new idea of how to try and control traffic, and went to Public Works, and they gave us some cones and helped us with some signs. And the flow in and out was really, I think it improved it by half an hour on the Friday specifically, which is a real challenge day. So we just really want to be here and thank you all.
We do have some questions, Councillor Beaupre.
Thanks very much for the presentation, Brad, Kim, and Jennifer. Just a couple of points. When we talk about charities registered charities doing events at at the park. I think it's important to let council know that although they're charities, they don't rent the facility for free. They have a reduced rate, so there is some revenue for us, but we do really appreciate those that come, and we recognize they're trying to raise money as well, but Evergreen Park is trying to keep their heads above water as well. So, and the other comment I was going to make was about open farm days. At our meeting this week, we talked about maybe using some of the resources from our agricultural department to make that more successful. Because I think it's the first time that we've had that type of an event. And although the 400 tickets were a good start, I think there's really a huge opportunity to expand that based on the agricultural community we have here and around. And that's really what the Ag Society was based on from years ago. So it's kind of back to our roots. The last, I kind of lost my train of thought. There was one other thing, but I'll come back if there's other questions. So thank you.
So I just want to comment about the open farm days because it came up as an opportunity when we went to the Ag Association conference in February that Ag associations could participate. And so our idea was to take the load off the farmers that want to showcase their products and not necessarily have to bring people out to their farm and have them traipsing through their farm or have to set up outhouses or whatever. And so we'd bring them to Evergreen Park and showcase them at Evergreen Park. And so that's what we will continue to try and build on. Our farm to table event was the most successful part of the day. We had 5 farms participate and they were at each station. Evergreen Park prepared the food item and they supplied we paid for the product from the farmers, but they were there talking about their farm and talking about what they do. And so people got to learn, about the farmers and that sort of thing. We had Horse Racing Alberta there with a metal horse, it's called Blue, that people could get on and pretend they were a jockey, and the kids loved that side of it. We had wagon rides, and so just trying to engage the city people from Grand Prairie and educate them about farming. So that's exactly what our association, a big mandate of our association.
Sure, thank you. I remember now what the other one was.
Go ahead, Ben.
Part of our discussion was on some capital items that we had at our meeting on Tuesday night. And one of the comments was made around some infrastructure. And I know that the County of Grand Prairie will be making some improvements to roads in the area. And we're just hoping that in discussion with infrastructure, infrastructure and utilities,
Right.
that maybe we could have a discussion around some asphalt paving. There's a location in front of the racetrack, I believe, as well as
In front of the Tara Center.
in front of the Tara Center as well, and maybe have that as a deletable in the proposal, in the tender. Thank you, in the tender. It's a smaller job for somebody to mobilize and the prices usually reflect that. So, thank you.
Councillor Rosehold.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in your presentation, you talked about the long-term debt of the $1.6 million. Like, where in your financials does it show the repayments of that?
There has unfortunately never been a plan to replay that in the past. At this point in time, we're just paying to keep the doors open. I'm hoping as we grow our revenue, we can find a way to do that. But at this point in time, we were budgeted. Dan helped us put the budget together from last year to lose almost 200,000 this year. We won't do that because we've had a great start to the year, and we'll come out hopefully even. But at that point, like, where's the money to go towards that long-term debt? I'm sorry, at this point, I don't have a plan.
Okay, no, thank you. I was just kind of wondering what's going on there. And as to the open farm days, I think it's great that you're bringing in the different organizations. Are you partnering with any of the other groups that are having them on their farms to like help cross advertise? Because it's a 2-day thing, open farm days. And so you participated on one day?
We participated on one day, yes.
Yeah.
And yeah,
even a partnership with some of the ones that are going there to
Yeah, we,
help promote each other.
we'd love to. And one of the items that one of the groups did mention was they're in the farmer's market. If we had more collateral available earlier so they could promote it earlier on as well. But cross promotion is what it's all about. And it's on the Alberta Ag Association's
Yep.
page to promote everybody. But for sure, we can do a better job of finding out who participated this year locally and get together and try and cross promote each other in a different way as well.
And I agree with Councillor Beaupre, the fact that our ag team should be working a lot more with the Open Farm Days people that are hosting events and stuff, because our rural extension, that's exactly what it's all about, is trying to get that information out to our urban neighbors. And just because so many kids these days and are so many generations away from the farm, and if you don't know where an egg comes from and you don't know where milk comes from, that's a problem.
Yeah.
So good job doing that part of it, and hopefully we can continue to do some education and learnings there. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any more questions at this point, so thanks again for coming in and providing us an update, and it's good to see that it has been a good year for you, and hopefully, yeah, you will break even and maybe even make a little bit. That's cross the fingers. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So with that, we're moving on to item 3.3 is Pivotal Energy Partners, General Manager Lapp.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So we have two gentlemen making their way to the tables. We are happy to introduce Oliver Sherwood and Brendan Hull, I believe. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, trying to get the name right. All right. Oliver and Brendan are here from Pivotal Energy Partners to provide a update on some of their plans for expansion into the county. They currently have a facility in Claremont, and they're looking to construct a facility in the west part of the county. Pivotal Energy was founded in 2019 and are focused on utilizing underutilized physical assets and providing value through the value chain, which I'm sure they can tell you all kinds of stuff about. So I'll pass it over to Oliver and Brendan to take us through your presentation. Thanks.
Okay, well, thanks for coming in, and quick introduction as to who's who for.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say thanks, Nick. I think you took my whole speech there, but no, I'm joking. We really appreciate you guys having us here today, and really excited to meet you and tell you a little bit more about Pivotal, and then kind of what we have our future opportunity and some of our plans in the area. So as Nick had mentioned, we're a midstream company focused on infrastructure.
This is Brendan. I'm Oliver.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was just gonna.
Yes, yeah, I'm Brendan. This is Oliver. Yeah. Yeah, I should mention we're in our business development group as well at Pivotal Energy. So
okay.
Yeah, so we're a midstream company focused on infrastructure, logistics, and transportation of crude oil, NGLs, and then also gas. As Nick had mentioned, we were founded in 2019. We recognized an opportunity to move away from the traditional midstream market and kind of partner closer with some of our producers and provide a bit more transparency and then physical and financial gap between our partners and then the marketplace as well, and whether that's through new build infrastructure or whether it's pipeline storage and then some trucking as well too. So we have a headquarters in Calgary, Alberta. We're over 30 employees right now, and then about over 15 in the field. We currently have about 75 million in assets in operation and over 100 million in fully funded project development to date, and then obviously looking to explore more opportunities in that area. So we have eight facilities currently operational with, as Nick mentioned as well, one in Claremont, and then 4 in North Dakota. And then also we have a trucking fleet of about 100 units right now, and it's a lease op fleet. So about roughly 85 of those are crude, and then the rest would be NGL. So just to touch on quickly why we've been looking in this Wembley area for an NGL processing facility. Number one, it just being a central hub of energy production with limited options to competitive market pricing, like the fort for these NGL processing facilities historically is where they land, but it's obviously congested area. So this opens up a whole new different marketplace. And then obviously number two, and not necessarily the most important, but or least important, I should say, is just the long-term economic development and how it aligns with the county's growth and economic development strategy here. So another piece too is just the critical infrastructure in terms of, you know, the highways, existing rail at this site, and then also the ancillary infrastructure in the area. Where we're currently at with this is we've completed an option to purchase land agreement. We've done a class 3 engineering feed study, and we believe that's about roughly 85 million in capital deployment for this project. And target and service date just right now, obviously in the early stages right now, would be 2025, Q1 2025. So some economic benefits here to point out. There's long-term employment opportunities with local residents. So Ollie will touch a little bit more on this on our facility in Edson, but there's 15 to 20 full-time employees, and then about 65 up to 65 through the construction phase of contractors. And then on top of that, we would have utilization of local lease operators to transport our C3 feedstock, and whether that's through our trucking fleet. And then our community engagement and sponsorship. So just to give you an example of, you know, in Calgary, we're a big sponsor of the Wilder Institute, and then also the Children's Hospital. And saw some rodeo things up here earlier too. So we're also big into the big sponsor of the Calgary Stampede as well too. It's an important part of our culture and community. So yeah, so with that, I think I'll throw things to Ollie here. He can provide some more details on our existing Edson facility. And this should be very similar to what we're looking at here in this Wembley area.
Yeah, so to Brendan's point, we're currently constructing a similar facility within the town of Edson. That is currently my main focus over the last 8 months. The target in-service date of that facility is going to be April 1 of 2024. And what we really identified within Edson, similar to Wembley, is that there is a large hub of oil and gas producers there. However, they were transporting a lot of their product on wheels all the way into Edmonton. So what we're able to do is, instead of transporting those products all the way at a large cost and higher emissions, is to reduce those transportation costs and process that product locally within our processing facility. So the facility will be slightly smaller than what we would plan in Wembley. We're actually starting at about 6,000 barrels per day. To Brendan's point, the product coming in utilizes local contracted trucking services on our trailers. And then the products on the back end are condensate, butane, and propane. Those then can either be used locally, primarily the propane and butane, with the condensate then going up to the oil sands. And so currently right now we're looking at between 12 and 18 full-time employees for that project. Those are full-time staff employees at the actual facility itself. And we're just completing our hiring process right now for the lead operator and hopefully complete that in the coming weeks. That doesn't include any of the local ancillary services that we're using. So those include all trailer maintenance is done locally, all servicing to the site is done by local contractors. That includes kind of vegetation management, snow clearing, those kind of services. Right now, as you can see in the bottom right corner, we are actually pretty heavy into our civil development. That's utilizing a local contractor called Contour Construction. So they have a large crew out there right now. One thing that we've been really proud of was kind of the integration that we had with the council there within Edson. So we successfully rezoned that piece of land within a quick time frame, working with the council and continuously engaging with them as well. So I actually met with them on Wednesday just to get an update of where we were at with our project and where they're at with kind of the remaining permits. And along with that, obviously, we completed all of our environmental and provincial applications as well. One thing I've been really proud of the project team and myself on this is our community engagement on that one. So I took over this project in early November. We engaged with the town right away. At that point, we hadn't really completed anything. We wanted to put a face to the name. Essentially, this project's going to be in this community for 25 to 35 years. We have no plans on leaving the community at all, and we wanted to put a face to who Pivotal was. So what we did was we engaged with council early to understand what we were doing. We kind of went a little above and beyond as well. Both town and provincial requirements was we held open houses, we advertised in the newspaper. One reason we wanted to do the open house was kind of create a more informal setting. We had about 65 residents come to meet myself, our external project team. So that was comprised of engineers, environmental experts, our land experts, along with our executive team as well. So we were able to basically just answer any questions that the residents may have about the project, about Pivotal, and about what we're doing. And from there, it's actually really developed a long-term relationship with these residents. So I actually had a phone call yesterday with our neighbor, chatted to him for about 30 minutes just to see how his summer was going and how business is going, just to foster that relationship long-term with them there. And that's something we would be looking at doing. You know, along with that too, Edson was also hit quite dramatically with wildfires. So we volunteered some of our trucks to haul water for them and also transferred some of the on-site civil equipment that we had over to the fire department to build berms and barriers. The fire department also utilized our site as a laydown yard as well. So just ensuring that we're always engaged within the community. Along from that, I've also started the kind of sponsorship opportunities that are looking for. We're looking at sponsoring either the local sports center. They have some transportation issues that are looking at gaining some sponsorship, along with pathways and walkways that we'd be looking into being a part of. So far, it's been going really well, and we're hoping to continue to do the same. And just on the next slide here, you'll just see a little bit, just kind of the work that we've done to date. There is kind of been some extensive civil work that we've undertaken from the local contractors. Sorry, if you just slide down a little further, there's a little bit more. So on the left, you kind of see the local contractors there developing the site. The site's actually quite a small footprint. It's only about 40 acres, which is all the land we really need for kind of these facilities. And then on the right there is just the one of the processing towers being fabricated up in Edmonton. That's kind of it, really. We just wanted to introduce ourselves to you and to the county. We've provided our contact information, and if there's any questions outside of this, feel free to call me directly. I've had that from Edson multiple times. So feel free to do it anytime if there's any questions as we kind of continue to look at this opportunity.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. I do have some questions here. Councillor Beaupre.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the presentation. Lots of activity in that area, lots of different industry members doing different things as well. And interesting to hear you say you'll be using lease operators. Is that for in and out, or just product into the facility?
In and out, yes.
For both.
Yeah.
So you're not looking to build pipelines or use pipelines that are in the area to transport to different areas?
Yeah, so that'll be part of the plan for the future for sure. I think you know, it would be more of it's not part of this current scope right now for the project, but yeah, certainly there's pipelines in the area that we're aware of that could be some egress solutions for those producers. So yeah,
right, for sure. Okay, and so this facility, is it expandable? I mean, there's lots of fuel available or you know,
yeah,
product available.
I'll take that question. So it's very much like a modular design. So we are able to add on to it, kind of similar to what we're proposing in Edmonton. We don't want to build it too large for scale, for it not to be economical. But there is definitely the option for us to expand it as needed.
Great. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Councillor Zimmerman.
Just to make sure I got this right, you guys don't own your own wells.
Correct.
So you're basically, most of the companies you're dealing with are ones that don't have their own processing plants.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. So there's a bit of a diagram at the very end, just to kind of explain it. But we're currently working kind of commercial terms with those local producers to give them that egress. Instead of transporting it far distances, they can process it locally.
But if that stuff still goes to Edmonton, it would be you guys trucking it back to Edmonton instead of them.
Now that's, so some of the product on the back end wouldn't go to Edmonton. We would either sell it locally or we actually would consume some of it within our Claremont facility.
Okay, thanks.
So, yeah, thanks for the presentation. I mean, look forward to the economic development. This is actually a project in my division, so.
Yes, that's right.
So with this, it's more in the Hugh Ellen area than Wembley, from my understanding, where you're actually looking at.
Yeah, we're
But-
further over.
So with that, I guess, and you said you do have community engagement, so that's the biggest thing with this
Yep.
whole thing. Any of these projects, the more you can engage with the people in the immediate area and answer their questions and stuff, the more smoothly the project is gonna go, and I mean, through zoning and rezoning and everything like that. So I would really encourage you to reach out and maybe even go a little further afield, especially around when it comes to oil and gas processing. There
Mhm.
are concerns, emissions and such like that. So
Yeah, and I'll kind of touch point on that. You know, we had that within Edson. The actual facility in Edson, it falls within the town limits, so we're not kind of away from any residential housing at all. So exactly the same process to your point was, you know, I've had countless coffee meetings at kitchen tables to develop those relationships far in advance before we started the project. One thing we have already begun is I've kind of got my land consulting group ready to go once we are ready to pull the trigger to start that exact process so we can meet with them.
perfect.
Yep.
Okay, well, we look forward to the progress of this, and I'm hoping it's successful and you guys are moving ahead. So thank you
very
again for
much.
coming in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thanks.
Okay. So with that, we're a little bit ahead. We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll recess for 5 minutes. I'll move on to our next agenda item. Let me just pull it up here. Not that one, this one. So we're at 3.4, Hamlet Resiliency Strategy and Municipal Development Plan Review. General Manager Lapp, or do you want me to go directly to Reed? I'll just go Reed, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve Marshall and councillors. So I'm joined today by Sarah Lumley and Sean Small of O2 Design, and I'm going to give you a bit of an introduction while they try and figure out sharing the screen for the slideshow on their end. So we're here today to provide an update on the Plan Your County project. Plan Your County is the overarching communications and consultation and review process that we're undertaking for the county's land use management framework. And what we're referring to is a body of documents, plans, strategies, and policies and bylaws to make up our planning and development processes. Over the next few years, we're endeavoring to review all of these documents and come up with a more current version for the county reflecting up-to-date conditions, input from the public and council, as well as reflecting changes to industry and infrastructure in the region and improving our processes. And the first step in this process is developing a hamlet resiliency strategy that provides some recommendations for the 9 rural hamlets within our community. And for this process, we are working with O2 Design, who are leading the project. And we are also doing a review of our municipal development plan internally. And so these two projects align because the Hamlet Resiliency Strategy recommendations will then feed into the municipal development plan update so that we have more specific policies about our rural hamlets and how we want to support them in the long term. Today, we will be presenting an update on the first phase of consultation that we've done, as well as the background report that has been created for the Hamlet Resiliency Strategy. Are we able to have either Sarah or Sean share their screen for the slideshow presentation, please? So for today's presentation, the first part, we will be going over the engagement and what we heard. So first we'll go over that element for the Hamlet Resiliency Strategy and then on the municipal development plan. And then we will go over the background report and findings for the Hamlet Resiliency Strategy, as well as some of the preliminary recommendations. And then lastly, we will go over the next steps for the Hamlet Resiliency Strategy and the municipal development plan review. And Sarah and Sean, whenever you're ready, if you could please join us to start the presentation.
Thank you, Reed, and Reeve and members of council.
Are they online?
They're on here and they're speaking.
Can you
Are they on Teams?
hear me? Hello?
So they are here with us on Teams.
Can anyone hear me? Or
Everybody actually on Teams can actually.
Yeah, it's in holiday mode now.
Right.
Thinking about foreign places.
No, I'm thinking about making sure I get over there. Make sure I get there.
Pardon me?
Can you hear us now? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Anybody hear me? Testing, testing. Can anybody hear me? Test, test. Testing, testing. Can anybody hear me? I think Council Chambers is also on mute, so we can't hear what's going on in that room either.
Can you, people online, oh, yeah, I got a thumbs up. They can hear us, okay. So are we good to go then?
I think we're good to go now, Sean. You want to jump in?
Just have to unmute yourself, Sean. There we go.
Thank you. So everyone can see my screen?
No, I think you're gonna have to be on Teams to see his screen. So people need to log into Teams if you're gonna see what's. Have we got it?
Is up our legislative services team will run the presentation from here. We can't see your shared screen.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you, Reed, and members of council. I'm going to go through and next slide, please.
So
I'm going to.
I'm
Sorry.
just saying we're on overview, 9 hamlets reviewed. Which slide do you want us to be on? Can you see ours? I don't think so.
No, I'm not able to see.
So which slide would you like us to start on?
Slide 4, please.
They've tried. Slide 4 should be introduction purpose. Is that correct? Or no?
Yes. Or the slide 4 should be the slide before the 9 hamlets are being shown. Or no, now I can see the screen. So yes, we're good. Thank you. So thank you, members of council. I'm going to provide an overview of the Hamlet Resiliency Strategy engagement. The Hamlet Resiliency Strategy includes a review of 9 of the county's more rural hamlets. This includes Demet, Valhalla Center, La Glace, TP Creek, Bezanson, Dimsdale, Hualen, Elmworth, and Goodfair. Next slide, please. The Hamlet Resiliency Strategy includes reviewing the assets that exist within the 9 rural hamlets and gathering feedback from residents of what is important to them, what are some of the issues that the hamlets may be experiencing, and their ideas for improvements. Our engagement also included a meeting with internal county staff to hear their feedback as well. Following the first round of feedback, an analysis was conducted to identify which hamlets should be prioritized for growth in the new municipal development plan. The Hamlet Resiliency Strategy will include recommendations that could be implemented to encourage new growth in some of the hamlets. We will discuss the analysis completed and draft recommendations later on in this presentation. Next slide, please. Community engagement sessions were held in April through June for the Hamlet Resiliency Strategy and the Municipal Development Plan, using a variety of engagement tactics, including paper and online surveys, drop-in public events, interviews with community leaders, and an internal workshop. While the survey was conducted throughout the county, public events were only conducted in some of the hamlets. Next slide, please. The HRS engagement turnout included 66 survey responses, 7 interviews, 69 participants at our in-person events, and 1 internal workshop. Now I'll run through the feedback we heard for each of the hamlets and some of the common themes across all of the hamlets. Next slide, please. A public event was held in Besançon, and this is also where interviews were conducted. The most common feedback we received was there's a strong volunteer network, that recreation and programming are available. There is a need for water infrastructure upgrades. Specifically, people were complaining about the taste and smell of the water, requests for improved walkability, and a willingness to support more population and businesses within the hamlet. Residents also noted that they have seen more children and new Canadians moving to the area. Next slide, please. No in-person engagement sessions were held in Demet. However, some of the feedback we collected is the hamlet boundary needs to be adjusted and that the hall is a vibrant community center. In Dimsdale, some of the HRS feedback that was collected was, and this was collected as part of the MDP event, is some of the opportunities and constraints that have been noted in Dimsdale is, one, it has a good industrial base already and is relatively close to Grand Prairie. The water servicing is also available should that be tapped into. However, some of the constraints is it lacks amenities such as a store or a gas station, as well as residents and employees must travel elsewhere for some of their activities. Next slide, please. Thank you. Feedback collected for Elmworth included there is a good collection of community amenities, including the school, hall, library, and curling rink. However, again, constraints to making Elmworth more attractive for growth are the hamlet is remote and there is already vacant lots sitting empty. Very little feedback was gathered on Good Fare other than the hamlet is remote, but it does contain a community hall. Next slide, please. For Huelin, we received 1 comment in the survey, and that was the person who responded to the survey didn't realize Huelin was even a hamlet. As far as engagement in La Glace was, we did hold a community event in La Glace, as well as we received the most survey responses from this hamlet and area residences as well. Some feedback collected in La Glace included that they have a very active recreation center that is well used. They're a close-knit community. We did hear, however, that the school zone is too small and the student population is shrinking, and they attribute that to the charter school in Valhalla Center taking some of that population. Obviously the arena was a priority for many, that it needs to be finished. And they also commented that the volunteer capacity is getting smaller as existing volunteers move on in life. For Teepee Creek, we heard people consider it a farming community, as well as the Stampede and Rodeo grounds already hold many events. However, again, the hamlet lacks amenities such as a store now. In Valhalla Center, we did hold a informal community engagement session there at the cafe during one of the lunch hour rushes. We heard the Heritage Society is very active and the charter school is attracting new children, some of which from the La Glace area. Other comments received included that there are too many unsightly properties in the hamlet and more housing is required to sustain the hamlet and services that are already there. This slide here summarizes some of the common themes that we heard across multiple hamlets. And so some of these common themes that we heard are there is a willingness to accept modest growth in the hamlets to support the schools, the existing amenities that are there, as well as additional amenities to attract them and make them sustainable within the hamlets. The land development costs, however, exceed market demand at this point in time. We also heard hamlets are not necessarily treated fairly in the minds of some of the residents. as well as servicing and infrastructure upgrades are required, certainly in some of them. Again, coming back to Bezanson with the water quality, as well as some comments were also expressed about water servicing in La Glace as well. However, there is a strong sense of community and volunteerism amongst many of the hamlets, and some of the hamlets already have key assets that exist to help then attract new residents. I will now turn it back over to Reid to provide a summary of the MDP engagement.
Thank you, Sean. For the MDP project, we conducted the first phase of consultation, over the spring and summer. The goals of the first phase of consultation were to promote awareness of the project and to get initial feedback from the public on what they see as priorities for an updated MDP and their vision for the future of the county, as well as gain input from technical stakeholders on background elements to move into the preparation of a draft. Over the course of those months, we had booths at several community events, including the county open houses, the spring home and leisure show, the GP night market, and we also conducted a number of community workshops, such as in TB Creek and Valhalla, and Dimsdale and Elmworth. And we also conducted a technical workshop with stakeholders who work with MDP policies in the terms of planning and development with their day-to-day jobs. And we also conducted an activity with students across the county. So next slide, please. At the community events, what we did was we had booths promoting awareness of the project, informing people about what we were doing and what the MDP update would look like, as well as some information about the Hamlet Resiliency Strategy project. We had an activity for people, we call it the values activity, and it was a quick, simple way to get people involved in the project. We asked them, what do you love about the county? And then they would provide comments on the board. As you can see in our photo here at the Grand Prairie Night Market, there's a few people writing on our board at that activity. And if people expressed an interest, we also had copies of the workbook based on the community workshops and additional boards if they wanted to dig further into the project and provide additional feedback. Through this process, we got a couple 100 sticky notes, and the comments had a few core themes that came out in terms of values and priorities. So one of those is just outdoor recreation and nature. So a lot of people commented on what they love about the county is wide open spaces, the opportunities for outdoor activities, trails and things like that, as well as wildlife. Another common theme was just talking about the sense of community and the people who live here and how much they enjoy being residents of the county. And then lastly, one of the most common comments we received was that people like the low taxes within the county. So next, please. For the community workshops, what we focused on were the visions and goals. So the existing MDP has a series of goals for the overall MDP and county in terms of what development will look like there. And then it has a series of goals on key themes like infrastructure and environment. And for urban hamlets like Claremont and Hythe. And so what we did was we asked people to provide comments on the existing goals or provide suggestions for alternative goals if they were writing the MDP. Through this process, we got a range of different comments, but we have some key themes that came out. People had a strong interest in policies around infrastructure and services, as well as similar to the values activity, wildlife and nature, things like wildlife preservation and access to natural areas for recreation. There were also a lot of comments about connectivity and transportation, so things like trail networks and road improvements. And then a number of other local issues and concerns, such as the preservation of agricultural land and country residential subdivisions. Thank you. Next slide. The next component was a technical workshop that we held in March. And so our target audience were county staff, utility providers like ATCO and Aquaterra, provincial agencies like Alberta Environment and Parks, Alberta Transportation, and urban developer, land developers and engineering consultants. Unfortunately, due to some timing challenges, we weren't able to have all of the targeted stakeholders at this meeting. So for example, many of the utility providers and other services were preoccupied with the wildfire situations, and provincial agencies weren't able to participate due to the recent provincial election. So what we'll be doing is meeting individually with these different stakeholders to have focused conversations to ensure we get that feedback as we move forward with the process. Through this initial workshop, we did get valuable feedback. It was predominantly from county staff and then 2 representatives from a local engineering firm. And so through this workshop, we got very specific feedback on the different policies in the MDP. So we essentially went through the MDP section by section and asked for feedback on the policies and how they impact the different agencies and departments, or how it might be a challenge through to the development process. And so this will be essential to how we update the MDP in terms of improving our policies, improving clarity, and ensuring a smoother development process with the updated MDP. However, more consultation is still needed on this.
So go ahead, Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, and I thank you very much, Reid, for the update to this point. I'm glad you recognized that, because that was going to be my concern, is identifying that there is more work to be done, because what I wrote here is, will there be an opportunity for the urban residents that don't live inside hamlets to have some of that ability to talk about or a workshop specific to those residents to be able to come? Because I represent, close to 5,000 people that don't live in a hamlet, and they don't associate with being in Dimsdale or Claremont. And so their voice may not necessarily have been part of this whole conversation. And so I'm concerned that, they're not being able to participate in part of this. And if there is an opportunity in phase 2, I think we really need to capture that part of it. Because, like I say, the only hamlet that I have in my division is in Wedgwood, and it wasn't included because it's not really deemed a hamlet under the Municipal Government Act. We've identified it as a hamlet, but it's got more people in it than Goodfair has, for example, but it wasn't included. So I guess that's my concern.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, we tried to provide opportunities for residents all over the county to participate, and part of that was having workshops in various locations. I am hearing your concerns, Councillor Beaupre, and we will be more attentive to that in the next phase of workshops when we have a little bit more to discuss. But yes, there is still plenty of consultation work to be done on this MDP project. Thank you. Next slide.
I do have one more.
Oh,
Councillor Peterson.
yes.
So my question is similar to Councillor Beaupre's, is that, I'm just wondering how you chose these hamlets. For instance, there's a hamlet of Lymburn as big as UAllen, so I just don't know how you picked them. In fact, there's more in Lymburn than UAllen. And then I'm also wondering about the hamlet of Hythe, and you call it an urban hamlet. So, but what are plans moving forward with that? Then where does it fit in your planning structure?
Thank you. Through the Reeve. So there's 2 parts of that. Lymburn isn't actually a hamlet, and so that's why it wasn't included in the scope of the project. So it is a historically named place, but it isn't a hamlet. And then for Hythe actually has a detailed section within the MDP, because prior to the dissolution of Hythe, they were developing a municipal development plan. And so we took that and we updated the municipal development plan for the county after dissolution to include those specific elements about Hythe. And so it does have detailed planning work done, as compared to the other hamlets identified specifically for the studies that don't have that. And so we will be reviewing the Hythe elements as part of this process. And that will be part of the consultation discussions as well. However, they didn't need to be part of the hamlet resiliency strategy because they already had detailed planning work.
Okay, so do you think that detailed planning work done by the village would be the same detailed planning work you would have done through the county.
Through the chair, from my review of it, it's similar to what we would have done. It's quite similar to what we have done for, say, Claremont, where it provides the future land use concept and some policies providing direction of how development will occur in the future. The only thing I would note that would potentially have been done differently is the structure of how zoning would be done, because for height, it's proposed as entirely direct control. And that's likely just because of the size of the municipality and the desire to have every application go to council, but within the county framework, we would have likely taken a different approach procedurally. However, the actual planning for the hamlet, I believe reflects best practices and what we likely would have done for that community.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, carry on, Reid.
Thank you. Lastly, what we had as an additional part of this consultation was our planner for the day activity. So we consulted with students across the county. So Whispering Ridge, Teepee Creek, Valhalla, La Glace, and one other school. And what we did was we had them act as planners for the day. And through this activity, what we did was we gave them a blank map that resembled just about anywhere in the county. So a large number of quarter sections, a highway and railway through it, a forested area, a lake, and a stream. And we told them about what we do for a living as planners and the types of considerations that we may have planning for a large region in like the county of Grande Prairie, and having to consider things like people who live in urban hamlets all the way to people who live in agricultural land. And then we had them come up with, firstly, a series of goals like we have in the MVP to drive how they design their community. And then we had them design their fictional communities. And so with the information we gathered from this is we got some of their priorities through the goals, but then we also got to see what that meant to them through their designs. And so some of the key themes we saw was recreation was the most popular topic with them. And so many of the goals related to recreation. And when we look at the design, what we saw is that recreation meant a lot of different things across the county. It wasn't just parks and ball fields, but also things like they wanted off-highway vehicle trails or mud bogs, or fishing ponds and access to wetlands. So you can see that recreation means something different across the county, and it is kind of one of the key concerns for the youth, especially in the more rural areas. And we also saw a lot of comments about commercial development. Now, a lot of them, instead of having goals specifically, generally speaking to commercial development, they noted specific stores that they wanted to see. However, looking at their designs and talking to them, what we saw was that they just wanted better access to commercial opportunities. So a lot of the rural students just wanted to have something like a gas station or a store near their community, whereas the more urban students, they wanted have retail opportunities within walking distance. They wanted to be able to walk to a store because they can't drive. And so by engaging with the youth and having this conversation, we're able to see some of those priorities and shape policies around some of those ideas. We also saw a lot of comments in public health. So they just highlighted that as being important, showing things like hospitals and medical clinics and emergency services. And lastly, there was a lot of conversation about the significance of agriculture, not only to communities everywhere, but to Grande Prairie in particular, and the important role that plays here. And so these themes, along with the input from the technical stakeholders and the community at large, help us understand what are the priorities for the region, what people see as the future, what types of things may make people want to stay here as they grow older, and how to review the MVP in light of creating a community that people want to live in and stay in long term. And so with that, our next phase will be continuing our efforts on some of this background analysis and technical engagement, and then moving into another round of consultation again later on. So with that, I'm going to hand it back over to the team at O2 to present their findings from the Hamlet evaluations.
Thank you, Reid. So now I'll go through the Hamlet evaluation and then So to assess a hamlet's existing position as being a reasonable short-term growth candidate, we assess the hamlets against the set of criteria listed on this slide, such as its existing population, recent capital investments, existing utilities and infrastructure, and existing community amenities and services, to name a few. A comparative rating scale of 0 to 2 was used, with 0 indicating nothing was present in the case of amenities, or 1 meaning there was some amenities present, or 2 there was, relatively speaking and comparable to the other hamlets, a lot of amenities or full servicing. In comparison, as far as location or size or distance to Grand Prairie, again, it was based on comparable across the 9 hamlets. So if you were the smaller hamlets, then you had a lower scoring versus the bigger hamlets, or if you were closer to Grand Prairie, you had a higher scoring as opposed to those hamlets further from Grand Prairie that had a lower scoring. Very little. This here slide is showing the overall how the 9 hamlets scored. And so based on the overall evaluation and analysis against the criteria used, Besançon ended up scoring overall the highest. And it is noted that there's already some growth interest that we heard within the hamlet, and its location along the major highway is already a major benefit. TP Creek and La Glace were the next highest scoring hamlets. However, based on their ability to accommodate growth, however, less is known about immediate growth pressures that those 2 hamlets are potentially facing at this time. And then the next 3 hamlets, which include Valhalla Center, Dimsdale, and Elmworth, all have different potential based on their different contexts and the ability to fill different roles within the county due to their existing services or existing land use makeup, such as Dimsdale being primarily providing some rural industrial development to the county right now. The last 3 hamlets, Demet, Goodfair, and Huellen, predictably scored the lowest, as these 3 hamlets have the fewest services and the fewest number of immediate residents in the area. Next slide, please. So based on that analysis, we've then begun to draft recommendations that will be separating into general recommendations that apply to multiple hamlets and speak more to general themes. And secondly, then developing recommendations that apply to individual hamlets and that are specific to that particular hamlet. The recommendations generally fall into 3 categories, either affecting land use planning, infrastructure related, or community building related. Some of our general draft recommendations include adjusting of hamlet boundaries, which applies to a few of the different hamlets, developing area structure plans for the hamlets that we would be recommending to take on additional growth and where an area structure plan does not already exist, as well as allowing greater land use flexibility in general across the hamlets, providing support or grant funding or different economic development opportunities or programming, including assisting that the county would assist in recruiting additional volunteers or some sort of campaign to attract more volunteering, as well as then targeted economic development programs that wouldn't necessarily be limited to one hamlet or another. However, the individual recommendations would be targeted for specific hamlets. Next slide, please. On the specific side of recommendations, so as an example, the hamlet of Dimsdale Demet is the hamlet boundary currently is up at the highway, where most people don't think of that as being where Demet is located. They think of Demet being where the community hall is. And so as an example, that is one specific recommendation that we'd be suggesting is that the Demet hamlet boundary be adjusted to reflect where people commonly associate the hamlet of Demet. Other specific recommendations would be particular infrastructure upgrades. Again, this one, as an example, relates back to Bezanson on upgrading some of the water infrastructure to improve the drinking and water quality. The specific programming initiatives, again, depending on what's already existing within each hamlet, then tailoring these recommendations to either additional programming opportunities or specific methods that perhaps more marketing or advertising could be done to attract more participants to some of these programming, as well as then more specific and detailed land use recommendations and potential economic development opportunities for the different hamlets. And again, some of this then is based on, in particular areas, either allowing greater mixed use for certain areas of the hamlet, or adjusting the lot sizing, land use opportunities, or a mix of residential dwelling types within some of the hamlets. Now I'll go through and follow up or highlight some of the next steps that we'll be taking following council's meeting today. And so we'll, based on council's feedback here today, as well as receiving more feedback from administration, we'll then start to refine the draft recommendations and take those recommendations out for phase 2 engagement within the fall, using, again, similar tactics, online and paper surveys, as well as additional public events throughout some of the hamlets, to then gauge people on what they specifically think about the recommendations that are being put forward and how effective those recommendations may or may not be. As far as the MDP component, the county will complete additional technical work for the MDP during the remainder of this year, with the next phase of MDP engagement occurring in the spring of 2024. That concludes our presentation, and now I'd open it up and like to hear any questions or comments that council may have. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation and the information. Are there any questions from council for this? Councillor Frayne.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This just goes back to a little bit of an earlier statement you had made about someone saying that hamlets aren't treated fairly, and I just wondered if you could expand on kind of what that maybe meant.
Thank you. Through the Reeve, so some of the comments we heard is they felt certain hamlets such as Bezanson maybe gets extra attention or additional resources directed to that hamlet versus, say, Valhalla Center. And so that was one of the comments where some people felt the county spends more of their time or more of their resources helping, or it's more visible in some of the hamlets versus at least in some of the residents' minds versus some of the other hamlets.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other questions for Councillor Peterson?
In the public meetings, are you happy with the amount of people that are showing up?
Through the Reeve, it varies. So we've been happy with the turnout for the Hamlet Resiliency Strategy ones. There have been a number of community workshops that had good attendance. However, there were 2 of the community workshops for the MDP project where we had almost no one attend, and that was not what we were aiming for.
So, I'm wondering if you have any strategies. I certainly don't, but any strategies to get better attendance at some of these?
Thank you, Reeve. So We have been doing a lot of work to promote awareness of these events, radio ads, billboard signs, social media posts, posters around communities and things like that. And it seems a bit hit or miss. It seems one of the issues may just be that at this initial phase, the MDP consultation was too general. People who expressed an interest were more curious about what was actually changing and weren't as interested in providing feedback at this high of a level. And so we suspect that we'll get more consultation in the next round when we actually have some ideas to propose. We'll be looking at other opportunities to promote greater attendance. So.
Okay. At this point, I don't see any more lights on, so thank you again for the work that you've done, and we look forward to hopefully better attendance, more input going forward. So thank you guys and gals. So with that, we're 12 after 12. We will recess for lunch till 1 o'clock. So next on our agenda is under new business, 5.1 boards, committees, reference summary, General Manager Gabriel.
Thank
Not
you.
even counselor.
Yeah, don't call me counselor today. Perfect. So we've attached this boards and committees reference summary. We do that every year. We bring back changes that have happened throughout the year and so on. Again, this is just a summary, and this is just summarizing the official bylaws or terms of reference that have been approved. And so this just captures them all in one document. So you'll see the summary of changes since last October. We've got the establishment of the Crime Prevention Committee, which is internal, establishment of the Staff Accommodation Space Needs Analysis Committee, which is also internal, establishment of the TP Creek Fire Hall Project Building Project Committee, establishment of the Water and Wastewater Committee, which is internal, establishment of the Regional Branding Committee, which is an intermunicipal or regional, changes to the West Grand Prairie Solid Waste Authority membership composition. That was with due to a bylaw change. So you'll see those changes in there. Addition of Height and District Pioneer Homes Advisory Committee, external core decision making. The Peace Library System Board, we just moved it from the internal to the external section. And the addition of the Smoky Applied Research and Demonstration Association, which is SARDA, to the external core advocacy. So basically, yeah, those changes are being presented for you. The challenge with some of these external committees is we don't always know when they've made changes to the terms of reference, and the council attends those meetings. So we would just remind you to forward any of those agendas or meeting minutes. We would like to capture more of a library of what's happening at those committees, so would appreciate those being forwarded to us as well. So this will be coming forward as well in October at your organizational meeting. The final document will come forward as a reference.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. Thanks for the update. One of the things I don't see, and I'm not sure if it was captured since October 2022, is the additional members to the Mascua Medical Clinic one. Myself and Brian.
Yeah, because that's just started, right? Because before it was just the Reeve that was attending, like before Leanne was attending, then I
That's right.
was.
Appointed additional, yeah, so we can add that to that as well. Is there a terms of reference for that?
No, there isn't.
Not really.
Like, are you participating members on that board or?
It's more of an information share right now.
An advocacy board, I think.
Yeah,
So,
but we're not on the board. We're.
And that's probably why it wasn't included, but we can capture it somehow, those appointments for sure.
okay.
Deputy Ferris.
Thanks. So I think one thing we could do is when we send the appointment letters to these organizations, we could request that information.
We do,
We do. And so,
but we don't receive.
okay, so how does the representative know that? That it's not received? Because if it's asked for in the appointment letter, it's going to be, you're going to expect that it's be given, right? So.
Some do and some don't. Most don't. So we do kind of rely on council members to forward that information.
But it would be good to know.
Good to know who doesn't, so we can just.
That you as a representative, yes, for sure. And maybe we can do that in October once the appointments are made and just kind of.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah,
Thank you.
for sure. Yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions for Director or General Manager Gabriel? Councillor Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we just, like, sometimes they just send it with the email with the invitation, the agenda and stuff. Can we just include somebody from Ledge Services in that invitation so that you've got a copy of it?
Yeah, you can just forward to Ledge Services. I'm not part of that committee either, but you can copy me as well. And we do try to capture them now, like on your SharePoint page, you'll see all your council committees, and we'll do a bit of a refresher on that as well this fall. So we're trying to capture all those minutes and agendas and in terms of reference within your SharePoint, so it's easy accessible for all councillors.
Okay, so thank you.
Any other questions? If not, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, but the next one kind of ties right into this one as well, so.
Okay, so we'll move on to 5.2, Council Internal Boards and Committees. General Manager Gabriel.
Thank you. So yes, council requested us to bring back information regarding the chair and vice chair appointment. So you'll see the table attached there as showing where council is appointing based on the bylaw or the terms of reference that's been approved. So you'll see that council does appoint the chair of the ASB, the chair of the Council Internal Advocacy Committee, the Family and Community Sports Services Board, as well as the Local and Composite Assessment Review Board and the Intermunicipal Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. With the first three, those are either bylaw or terms of reference changes that we can make in order to transition that to be the board or the committee appointments. And that's what we would recommend, just to remove that from council. The only one that we can't change, which is legislated by the MGA, is the Local and Composite Assessment Review Board. The MGA does state that council has to make that appointment. They don't necessarily have to be sitting at that hearing, but we have to appoint a chair. The Intermunicipal Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, it does, the agreement does state, the joint agreement does state that council will appoint the chair, but we haven't been doing that because logistically it doesn't make sense, because the chair in that situation would have to sit at every hearing, which just is impossible. So that's an agreement change that we'll have to make. It's not in the bylaw itself, just in the joint agreement that we have with the other municipalities. So with that, I guess our recommendation would be to council is to change the governing documents for the Ag Service Board, the Council Internal Advocacy Committee, and the Family and Community Support Services Board, to bring those forward with a change in chair appointment.
So recommendation to
council.
council that we accept these changes. Do we have a motion ready for that?
There was a motion drafted, yes, for that one.
I see recommendations, a committee of the whole recommended council to direct administration to bring forward applicable bylaws. So looking for direction from council here with regards to this. Councillor Frayne.
Chair, I will move. You don't necessarily need me to read it all because I think you're going to do it right behind me. So I will make that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Frayne that the committee of the whole recommend to council to direct administration to bring forward the applicable bylaws, terms of reference, and other governing documents for the following boards, committees, to authorize board committee to appoint the chair, vice chair at their first meeting following the county's annual organizational meeting, Agricultural Service Board, Council Internal Advocacy Committee, and Family Community Support Services Board. To the motion, Councillor Beaupre.
Yeah, just wondering, excuse me, those three that were, they also have their own act, like they have an act that is the legislation behind the Ag Service Board, not the Internal Advocacy Committee, I guess the FCSS, that as well, right? And so I wondered, just for clarification, Ag Service Board has external members on it. And FCSS could have, if we wanted to, no different than what happens in Beaver Lodge. So that excludes them from being from the chairs because council has to.
Not necessarily. Your bylaw could dictate if you want it to be a council member, that it would be a council member that's appointed. That would be identified in your bylaw.
Okay.
If you so chose, it wouldn't have to be a council member. That would be the chair. That's just.
Okay, it's just that it's appointed.
Yeah. It's just council appointed, but you have in certain situations identified restrictions on who can be the chair.
Okay, okay, that's what I need for clarification. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Oswald.
Mr. Chair, real quick, when you're talking about Ag Service Board there, I've had conversations with a few people across the province and they're very concerned that I realize it's not specifically to this point, but that it should be a councillor that is the chairs of the various Ag Service Boards, because they're finding that the chairs that are public members are not showing up to all the events and to all the things that is important in the advocacy stuff. So they just don't come. So when we look at this, like, yes, we have our chair of Ag Service Board is a council member, but we need to make sure that we maybe continue to do that because it's important for those advocacy efforts that are going forward to the province, because when we have public members that don't show up, that just looks bad on our committees.
Okay, any further to the motion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So moving on to 5.3, council and committee of the whole meeting task list. I am assuming, Carol, you're taking this as well? No, the new acting CAO
County manager.
from TIU. Go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. So this is the council and committee of the whole task list that are presented in one document. Tasks that are completed are highlighted in green, and once the committee has reviewed, the highlighted items will come off next month's report. I'm not sure if we want to go through line by line or if you've had a chance to see them.
I think we're doing
September,
it on a quarterly basis, right?
Oh, yes, right, correct.
September.
That'll be the next one where we
Yep.
go
Of a line by line review.
Okay, I had Councillor Oswald first.
This one is to General Manager Konowalik. Got it right. About the speed increases potentially.
Yep, so there's two ways we could do this. So the previous direction, they were looking at some of the criteria, but really what governs a speed limit is the horizontal and vertical alignment. That's it. It's not guardrail, it's not anything else. So we could hire somebody to go out and profile these roads, or what we're planning to do, or are doing, I shouldn't even say planning. We hired a consultant to do a pavement management system for us of all our hard surface roads so that we know what we have, what condition it's in, what's underneath it, the best cost to when we need to overlay it. And as part of that exercise, they actually pick up the horizontal and vertical alignments. So once we have that, we'll actually be able to say more than just specific to the one item of, I think it was 750.
Yeah.
We'll be able to say
83 and Range Road 83.
Yeah. So we're actually gonna be able to say 95% of our roads are designed so that you could post them at 100 or whatever. So that's why that one's been sitting there, is because I don't want to go spend $10,000 on one road when I'm going to have them all as part of my condition assignment that I'm doing. So
do we have a timeline?
this fall. Yep. So by Christmas, we'll have a report.
I'm still getting a lot of phone calls from, I can from my house, I can watch them, our enforcement sitting down at, along the road there and catching people, so many people.
And
they're
interestingly
using
enough,
it
on the
as-
bus tour, we did go on a county road in Jordy's area that was posted at 100.
I know, and there's lots of them that are, and that's why I'm pushing this a little bit, because if you have it in one part of the county, it should be across the board. It shouldn't be.
So we're gonna be able to factually say to council, here's our paved roads. Here's the ones that cannot be posted at 100 because of design reasons. What would you like to do? Instead of just blanketing everything with an 80.
Okay, that would be good. Thank you.
Like I say, we were gonna handle the one-off, and then once we started looking at the surface assignment and they pick up the data as doing it, I just didn't want to duplicate the effort is all.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. I know we were having a discussion at lunchtime, and I'm not sure if Councillor Zimmerman had a chance to review the task list, but I did, and I found it under item number 20. And it, excuse me, has to go with that council direct administration to bring back information on a pilot project for internet connectivity for community halls within the county. Yeah, and so it says that it's in progress. I'm just wondering if it says Carol, but I'm not sure. You know, this is the discussion we've been having ongoing for a couple of years.
Yes, we've been working on this draft RFD. We're planning to present it September 19th at the committee of the whole. So
Okay.
yeah, it's a
All
bit
right.
of a collaborative effort with a few different departments. So
okay.
We had it on. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We had it on today's agenda. We wanted to dovetail with GPN. Cobus was going to present. Couldn't make it happen today, but we've scheduled them for the 19th. So that's
okay.
Kind of want them to happen hand in hand. There's some relevant discussions in each. So.
Okay, thank you. And the other item I had was under item 25, which it was due today, I believe. This was the council direct administration to explore an agreement with for fire services with the town of Beaver Lodge. Mr. Martin, General Manager Martin.
You may call me whatever you wish. It's fine.
That opens the door to a lot.
I know the audience, so. So in regards to that, through the chair, we have reached out, have had conversations with the CAO, and we're still waiting to do presentation to their council. So we're just waiting on that. So.
Thank you.
Councillor Zimmerman.
Councillor Beaupre answered all my questions.
She asked all your questions. Okay. Okay, is there any other questions for the follow-up list? I'm seeing none. So we'll move on to 5.4 is Grant Connect program update. And I believe that's General Manager Martin.
Thank you, Reeve. So this is just closing the loop on the question that was asked earlier around the Grant Connect program. So as you see in the RFP that we used to offer that through our library system, and has transitioned now to the Grand Prairie Public Library system. In essence, this is allowing for there's still access to anybody who qualified before, still has access to it, and actually it's probably better hours than was available before for users. And at this point, right now, it's probably the most economical solution that we're aware of. So qualified groups that had access before still have access now, and we're providing funding through the volunteer Peace Regional Associated Volunteer Organizations. We do provide funding to that, and so anybody that's part of that gets access to this as well.
Okay. Councillor Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was one of the topics I brought forward because unfortunately, yeah, they might have better hours at the Grand Prairie Public Library, but that's also an hour away from a lot of our communities that used to have access to it at their own libraries. And so we're actually factoring in an extra 2 hours of travel time for some of these people, whether it be from Elmworth or from Valhalla or even from Hythe, to try and go and do this. And so I don't actually believe that this is a good option. I do believe that it is important if we want to enable our nonprofits to be able to get grants other than county grants. We need to maybe try and help them a little bit. And this is not actually helping them a whole lot.
So the question for Director Martin, I believe within Miriam Manick, she has access to all that information and she is working with those groups. So we have that as well to assist with these groups. Is that correct?
She does have ability to work with those groups as well. Yes. So your other option, of course, is to go back to funding this back through the system.
Well,
before.
it used to be public. It used to be actually funded through PLS, not through our own county libraries. And so whether it's be advocacy to PLS or advocacy, because that is a better option. Because with all the libraries that are involved with PLS, that makes it economical. So I think that could be an advocacy for our PLS representative for the Grant Connect thing to help our nonprofits. Because right now it's just at the Grand Prairie Volunteer Services Bureau and the Grand Prairie Library, and those, like I say, they're difficult. Like, it's a big area here. I know it doesn't seem like it because we're always in our vehicles, but we also don't want them driving. We're trying to help people, not just make it more difficult and have them just come to us.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. I just caught the end of that, but I think I have a pretty good idea. At one of the PLS meetings, we actually spoke about this, and the issue would be is they have no funding to be able to provide it to the not-for-profits everywhere, right? So if their PLS is coming back with a funding model and increase because they haven't had one for quite a while, and they'll be coming to council to speak about it prior to budgeting. But if this was an advocacy and a request from all of the shareholders, they would actually be looking for more money to fund an individual that could do all of this. So that's one of the reasons that they provided to the libraries, to the other libraries, with their idea that they would be doing they're not-for-profits within the libraries that they serve. Because they do have they go out to the other libraries, right? and provide them with the information, but they hold, you're right, they do hold the license for
They
a
used to.
grant. No, they still do. They still have a Grant Connects license.
Okay, that's not what they told me when I was there.
Yeah, no, they have one of those.
Counselor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess for me though, like, is there not a way to deal over the phone or email with volunteer organizations for them to do the grant process and have a conversation? You have to physically go?
If, my understanding is it's a secure proprietary database, and I think that's where the issue is. So that's, I have not used it myself, so I can't speak to the user experience, but that's my understanding. It's a proprietary database, so.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the library where you kind of have to use it yourself, but I wonder if there's maybe some way we could partner with volunteer organization. That's their job, is to kind of facilitate those kind of things. Is there not someone there that maybe would be able to assist the non-for-profit in that way?
Counselor Roosevelt.
Just for information about this, what it is it's a database of all the potential grants that are available, and it's about time searching, and that's what a lot of them, like the nonprofits, if they can go search, they can find things available. There's a lot that don't want to search, absolutely, and just have everything handed to them, but it doesn't hurt for them to actually go and search and do the criteria that they're looking for, and the proprietarial component of it is what costs so much, I think. So I don't know, but it's just, yeah. I'll keep pushing.
Okay, is there any other further discussion or any direction on this? Seeing none, thanks for the update. And we'll move on to 5.5 Economic Development Quarterly Update. General Manager Lau.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So we have Jordan here with a number of items that we've broken out on the agenda, but we're going to cover in the kind of one presentation for council this afternoon. So Jordan's got the presentation, I think, queued up and ready to go. So I'll pass it over to him, and thanks very much.
So 5.5 all the way to 5.8. Okay.
Sir.
It's you're up, Jordan. Go ahead.
Fantastic. I'm not sure if it's come onto the big screen yet. Hey, there we go. Fantastic. All right, good afternoon. So on the so the very first item is our second quarter report for the economic development team. Very excited to share this with all of you. Since I started, we've been establishing new processes for how we track things and how we manage our different projects and how things sort of come together. And there was some feedback we had from the Q1 report that we've incorporated into this one. So we'll run through everything, and we'll start there. In terms of the breakdown for this one, I've got just a recap of our team, our program reporting, our business supports, our overall Q2 activities, our key performance indicators, and then a bit of a forward-looking piece to Q3 for conferences and projects. So just recapping the team, it's myself, Hetty Hulls, our Economic Development Officer, Cindy Payton, Economic Development Officer, and then we've got Amber Donovan, who's our Senior Marketing Advisor, who's shared between our team and comms. It's been great to have her on the team. Lisa Hooper, who's our Economic Development Coordinator, and then Rosalind, our Economic Development Summer Student, whose last day was actually yesterday. So I wanted to kick it off with a little bit of regional project reporting. So one of the things that our departments, that the county's been supporting for a number of years is GPRIN, the Grand Prairie Regional Innovation Network. And basically breaking that down, they work with the regional service providers, and they support innovators and entrepreneurs, access to training, resources, experts, business tech, and readiness coaching. And we've been supporting them to the tune of about $20,000 from the economic development budget. So we just had a bit of some information on their activities, not fully up to date to today, but from April 22nd to March 2023. And the way we've sort of been engaging GPRN for the most part is when our team is going out and meeting with businesses, or we have folks asking us questions, we try to utilize them to support the Alberta Innovate side of things. So if there's specific programs or services that they are more familiar with than our team is, we try to utilize them. So the local GPRN rep, we sort of get connected with her, Jane Irwin, and we connect her with our projects as we're supporting companies. But so far from their April 22nd to 23rd to March 2023 numbers, they had 16 new clients in our region, 45 ongoing clients, 186 completed services, 6 new businesses started, 7 new jobs created, $125,000 in revenue growth from their client firms, and $20,000 in private investment to clients within our region. And then we're having our board meeting with GPRN in September, so we're hoping to get updates to all these numbers, and we'll include those in the next report. And then just a little bit of background on some of the other activities they've been working on through the Alberta Innovation Networks. So some of the Innovation Networks projects. So they've been working with Shell Livewire. So they've been working on that program to mentor and support attendance, lean manufacturing leadership workshops. They offer hand-on workshops to lean simulation kit and the RIVR robot. They were continue to sponsor and support Lan Tan and her accelerator team at the Growing the North conference, and they're offering following up workshops. There was a web app being developed for women treatment for breast cancer as part of the program, and they're supporting. And DuraGuard Surfaces, they're developing a tool that will increase employee retention and safety, expedite installation per job, and allow for company growth throughout Alberta. So these are some of the companies that they're working with and some of the initiatives they're working on as part of the GPRN group. And one of the things we also want to get into is diving a little bit into our business support side of things. So there's a number of programs that the Economic Development Department has been running for years that we just really hadn't necessarily quantified or presented on as well as we could have. So this was sort of an exercise in trying to quantify some of the work that's being done. So under the BNI, the Business Networking International, they provide with a group that we support, and they provide the supportive, positive, structured environment to exchange quality business referrals. It's one of the largest networking organizations in the world. Those meetings are held every week with an attendee from the economic development team, and they typically have around 15 people there. And it's just a way for us to stay connected to the business community and make sure that they're aware of the supports we can offer. And then through the business support network, we have our own business support network hosting workshops and meetings for employers and employees. So there were a number of events that were held. So the Work for Supports event on the 31st, there were 40 people attending that. The Roundtable Chamber Workshop update on March 8th with 18 in attendance. Workforce Supports project on April 18th with 18 folks in attendance, and the Roundtable for the regional healthcare professionals information May 9th with 10 people in attendance. So these are some of the activities that our team is working on as we go through the year. And we also, our Blue Pin program that's been going on for a number of years. So that was an initiative out of the Grande Prairie Business Support Network with Northwest Polytechnic to host service excellence certificates with support from Alberta Labour and Immigration and the Regional Tourism Destination Marketing Fund. So that program has officially finished its budget with the county, and Hetty on our team has been working to potentially continue that program through Northwest Polytechnic with support from the province. But so far, there's been 26 management certificates, 51 frontline certificates, and 14 new registrants from January 1st to March 31st, as far as that program goes. In terms of the rural renewal stream, so I'm sure you're all aware, the county, along with the town of Beaver Lodge, town of Sexsmith, town of Wembley, were all designated communities under the rural renewal stream under the Alberta Advantage Immigration Program. Both the MB and city are as well. And we're working to fill positions through that particular stream from international workers. And so as far as that program goes, there's been 24 total approved employers through the county, 5 new employees from January to March. There's 1 employer pending with 24 endorsement letters. There were 8 endorsements from January to March, 16 endorsements April to June 1st, and there were 3 pending endorsements on that program. And then just a bit of an update on our human resources grant. So we currently have our human resources grant available on our business support services page on the county website, where businesses are able to receive $1,000 to support HR programming within their organizations. And essentially we've had 1 awarded and 1 pending so far in terms of businesses accessing that program. We're hoping to see that uptick a bit more as we are following up on our business retention expansion survey and getting out in the community, meeting with more businesses. Hopefully we'll see some more uptake on that program. So then we'll dive into our Q2 activities. So we had a number of external activities so far in Q2. We had EDA in Kananaskis, the Canadian Hydrogen Convention, the IEDC Economic Future Forum in Calgary, and the Global Energy Show. In terms of investment readiness projects that we've been working on, we're continually working on building up our CRM implementation, so our HubSpot implementation that's tracking our metrics that we'll get to in the next section. Our certified site project, which will be ready to launch and I'll be able to present as part of the Q3 report. Continuing to update our website and materials and improve our guide to economic development. On the business retention expansion projects, we had our BRE survey, our 5th survey was completed. We had our engagement letter developed, and I'll get a little bit into that a little bit later, as well as our engagement checklist and our success letters. And we've been working on the regional workforce development, which we discussed on Monday. So one of the key performance indicators, these are the ones we're working on right now. So as of right now, we have 3 successful projects. So the way we track a successful project is we working with a client, we get them to sign off on an engagement letter saying that we'll be supporting them with X number of things. And then at the end of their project, when they've made their investment decision, they let us know at the end of their project at maturity, how many jobs, how much new investment, and were we a significant support in terms of their investment decision. So when businesses sign off on that letter, that's how we scoreboard these results. So we have 3 clients who have signed off so far. From those 3 clients, there's going to be $28,540,000 in investment at maturity. Our goal this year was $2 million, so I think we need to increase that one for next year. In terms of grant dollars secured, we're not quite where we want to be as far as that goes. We're at about 80,850 secured so far this year. But we've got about $2,020,000 in terms of pending grants that are out. We're waiting to hear back on. In terms of jobs, so our goal for this year was 100. Based on our 3 letters, we're at 60 at maturity. BRE surveys, we got our 150 completed through our BRE survey, which we'll go through the in-depth details of that and sort of the next section. Pardon me, the next RFD as opposed to the within the Q2 report. So far to date, we've completed 68 BRE meetings. So we're categorizing those as meetings with local businesses here in the community, and we're using our HubSpot system to track that. So when we set up our meetings, go out and have them, that's where we're tracking our engagement and making sure that we're keeping all of our notes and everything in one place. So it's easy to have that corporate memory stored. In terms of partner meetings, and you see with 68, we're basically on track to hit our 120 completed for the end of the year. We just need to step them up a little bit, but we've been doing follow-ups on our BRE survey, which is going to continue to push those numbers up. In terms of partner meetings, we're about 141 so far this year, so we've blown past our target of 120 for the year. We wanted to include that even though it's not necessarily a direct supporter of hitting more successful investment projects and job numbers. It just sort of indicates, the amount of work the team does to meet with our partners. So, meetings with Chamber or Invest Alberta or our friends at the Trade Commissioner Service, that we're meeting with these folks a lot to try to access more leads. And external business meetings, we're saying about 115 meetings. So we're including with those basically all businesses that aren't within the county. So those are meetings we're having at conferences, but also, sometimes just over the phone or if they come to the community itself. And in terms of the investment focused conferences and missions, we had our goal of about 10 a year. We're sitting at about 6. In terms of marketing content created, we had a target of 60 new pieces of marketing content to be updated and distributed. We have a number of things that are going to be more part of the Q3 report, since we're fairly deep into Q3, that are in the process of being updated for a couple of conferences that we've got coming up in September. So we'll be pushing that number up. And in terms of the number of projects, so signed engagement letters, we have 5 signed engagement letters right now and 2 that are pending. So we're trying to kick those numbers up quite a bit, so to improve our overall sales funnel. So just making sure that when we're having conversations with businesses and they're looking for specific support from us, that we're getting them to sign off that we're supporting within these things, and identifying sort of the specifications of the project if we're successful in supporting them.
Okay, I had you on a question, Councillor Beaupre.
You know, I guess, thanks, Jordan, for the presentation. I guess my question would be around, I'm not sure if it's the external meetings, business meetings you have, but I understand that there's organizations out there that hire site selectors to come and view the area. So whereabouts would those individuals be? Like, have we reached out to them and actually host them here in our communities so that they have a better idea, instead of waiting for them to come to us, look for it, give them the inventory we have and set that seed in their minds?
We've definitely looked at it. There's been a couple of exactly those sort of things, site selector forums. There was one held, I believe, in White Court last year, and I believe this year there was a smaller one, or a similar size one, held in Slave Lake, where they hosted, I think it was 3 or 4 site selectors in the community, and they did exactly what you're saying, took them on tours and kind of created sort of an event where they brought in other economic development officers. The familiarization tours, I think, do make a lot of sense, to have folks come up and really kind of give a review of our investment readiness. Are we presenting our data in the correct way? Are we in the best way are we presenting the community in the best possible way, and then getting that additional recognition? I think just so far to date, just because we've kind of been building our systems and sort of revamping our website and the way we're presenting information, we just didn't feel necessarily ready to host site selectors quite yet. We really wanted to get all of our materials in place, our value propositions for each of our sectors, our certified site program, which is focused on available sites. We really want to get all of these programs really completed and ready to go. And then I think you're absolutely right. It would make sense to host some site selectors.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's time is of the essence though. So being completely 100% ready is a wonderful idea, but you might miss out on an opportunity that goes somewhere else. And I mean, I think we've seen that with Heartland, and even some of the expansion of the Heartland around carbon capture, things like that. I mean, those are not necessarily site selection opportunities for us, but the spin-off or the tertiary businesses are. And I know the MD of Greenview is working quite hard on, they've done a whole lot of improvements to their gig area, which in turn I think also provides opportunity for us too, because especially if you're looking around the housing market and like I say, the other tertiary businesses. So I would really encourage to ramp up the speed on some of that other stuff to get it ready so we can do those kinds of things, or post it without having it all completed. I mean, we can always do it twice, but if you give them information and they need more, they'll come back and ask for that information.
And we're hoping to have a lot of those, not necessarily, not in community here, but we're hoping to have a number of those conversations at the Carbon Capture Conference and World Petroleum Congress conference happening in September. There's also the Alberta's Industrial Heartland event that's happening on September 14th, which members of our team will be attending. We've been in contact with the Trade Commissioner Service and the Invest Alberta reps internationally, and there are going to be a number of international delegations attending both conferences. Some are actually coming in for carbon capture and then staying for World Petroleum Congress. So we're really hoping to have better conversations exactly like that with those international delegates, and again, having more conversations with site selectors. So it's definitely one of the things we want to focus on.
I don't understand till they've actually been in the location what exactly there is to offer, because they look at it as being so far rural and remote,
right,
that it's more of a an opportunity for fly in, fly out for the workforce and such, right?
Right.
And I see EDA's even got a webinar coming up next week week after, that talks about how do you attract rural and remote workers.
I believe that one's being hosted by YOLO Nomads, I think. Yeah. So on our team, Hetty's actually been working with YOLO Nomads, the town of Beaver Lodge, Wembley, and Sexsmith on building a YOLO Nomad site to do exactly that. So we're for sure working on these things in a number of different ways, but the point's well taken. We do need to get these site selectors up here.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Peterson.
I just wanted to support Councillor Beaupre's position. I think that if we're 80% done, we should start showing ourselves. If we wait till we're 100% done, in our opinion, we'll still won't be perfect because they're going to come and look and have a different point of view. If they come at 80%, we have a chance of selling them that day. Plus, they got feedback for us so that we can improve in a direction that works better. So I think the sooner we do that, the better.
Understood.
Okay, no more questions. Carry on.
So we updated our conference metrics based on the feedback we received from our Q1 report. So if you recall in the Q1 report, we'd established a new metric as sort of a cost per meeting for attending some of these different conferences. And council at the time had sort of asked for a bit of a breakdown on sort of the quality of those meetings. So we've attempted to develop that for this system here for your feedback. So essentially and this is conferences going back to the beginning of the year in Q1. So we had our Class A meetings. So those would be meetings with companies that are planning an expansion and are opening to considering the county. Class B meetings would be companies that are considering expansion but are not necessarily considering the county at this time. And then Class C meetings with our partner organizations. And I just wanted to differentiate those between sort of those private companies and partner organizations. You know, we've had great conversations with the Consul General out in Houston, as well as the Invest Alberta reps who are out there internationally. Like, it's great that we've had those meetings, and they lay the groundwork for more successful delegations in the future. But again, they're not the same as sort of leading to the next investment right off the bat from that meeting. So from the ICSC conference that was completed back in January, we had a total of 33 meetings, worked out to be a cost per meeting of about $428. And then from there, the World Ag Tech Conference, there are about 30 meetings there, worked out to about $227 per meeting. The World Petrochemical Conference in March worked out to be $865 per meeting at 24 meetings. The Petrochem Canada West, with about 17 meetings, worked out to be about $287 per meeting. The Canadian Hydrogen Convention back in April, that was $315 per meeting. And then the Global Energy Show that was completed in June, worked out to be about $445 per meeting at 17 total meetings.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. I'm assuming ICSC is the shopping center, International Convention of Shopping Centers. If I go to the next page where it talks about year-to-date metrics and the total costs, the amount is, tangible, but the question is, what's the return on the investment? Because shopping centers are struggling to fill their tenant spaces, right? And all tendencies seem to be that online shopping is becoming more mainstream than actual physical shopping for certain items in retail, especially. So, is this organization also addressing the virtual shopping center versus the bricks and mortar?
Well, I think our main focus has sort of been trying to meet the decision makers where they are and where they make decisions. So we've had conversations with groups like Morguard, and then we also, through our consultant Kieran Hunt last year at FBM, updated our retail gap analysis for the region. So we understood, based on our traffic, based on the number of residents and their habits and spending, where we could expect to see additional retail space to sort of meet that need. So a lot of what we're trying to do is find the gaps in where those stores aren't and how we can fill it. So a lot of because it's not just the shopping malls who are at ICS, convenience stores, larger retail, as well as food service chains, like they all go to the same shows. And it's interesting, in our conversation with Morguard, the Prairie Mall, for example, it seems to be doing, from their reporting, is doing really well, particularly in opening new stores that are really focused on sort of more of an upscale shopping experience. For example, companies like Lululemon and Sephora, you know, they've set up shop in the mall, and from all accounts, they're doing really well. So it's just about finding, I think, the right retail to fill the gaps that we currently have. And one of the easier things for us is because we don't necessarily have in the county as many places where it really makes a lot of sense to put retail, we can be very, very focused on the existing sites that we have. And that's sort of been our approach heading into groups like ICSC, and then also sort of providing that additional sort of networking support for our partners in, you know, the town of Beaver Lodge, town of Sexsmith, town of Wembley, who don't necessarily have the capacity to send folks down. We've been trying to make sure that folks are being connected to them as well. So it's just about trying to find the right opportunities and meet them where they are. And we feel we've got some pretty good packages together in terms of providing them the right information at that time, and then just making sure that we're establishing sort of those longer term relationships at the show with the support we used both back in ICSC at January in Whistler and also coming up in October. There's ICSC in Toronto, so we're engaging Kieran Hunt, our consultant, to set up meetings for us at that event as well as he did for us in January. So we're getting good connections there.
You know, I guess the certification program, doing our inventory, figuring out what we have is really key in this, because you look at some of the national chain items that have closed in some of the newer shopping centers in the city of Grand Prairie. You know, you would be in competition potentially for some of those as well. So, you know, I guess just looking out for return on investment on this would be my concern about it. So, but thanks for the update.
Absolutely. And we definitely do want to make sure that the available sites that we have are filled and getting developed, because there are a number of areas. If you look at, for example, like at 4 Mile Corner, where there's a lot of sites that have been sold, but there's not really much happening in terms of the development of those sites. So that's part of the conversation too, is, you know, how are we utilizing or leveraging our prime areas for additional commercial and being able to take that to the next level. So.
Go ahead.
This might be a little bit off topic, but I know Councillor Krennick and he's not here to speak about it today, but one of the things he talked about is, you know, the change in the demographic of people that are looking for a closer to home experience. So if you look at presently in Grand Banks right now, so there's the Italian street food place. There's a lot of people that can walk to that individual area, and they were talking about Westlake and Whispering Ridge, but the amount of densification in residential areas looking for that kind of a commercial food kind of opportunity that's not there in those areas. Everybody has to get in their vehicle and drive somewhere.
It's definitely been something we've been thinking about a lot too, is how do we have better neighborhoods for our residents, particularly in those areas where there's density. And, you know, we think about, well, do the kids in those neighborhoods have somewhere to ride their bike to and actually, you know, just run to a convenience store or get something without having to drive. So it's definitely part of when we're looking at the different sites that are available and sort of focusing on which ones to promote to these vendors. We really want to look at it. Absolutely. I also just want to include on the conference metrics. So we've been able to secure grant support for a number of our different shows. So both the World Ag Tech and the World Petrochemical Conference were supported by $2,500 from our Can Export grant we were able to secure last year. We'll be looking to apply to Can Export again this year to secure additional support for those conferences. And then including that there was some training costs associated with some of these conferences as well. So you can sort of see, just for the sake of as much transparency as possible, how much each of these shows had cost us to attend. I wanted to include, though, at the ICSC show, we also included the cost of updating our retail gap analysis and having Kieran on site with us. So that was about $8,000 of that total cost was based on getting that report updated. So I know someone might have asked why it cost $14,000 to go to Whistler. So I wanted to make sure we included that information. So for conferences coming up in Q3, and unfortunately because of our timing for this presentation, we're already past some of these. through July, August, and September, the IFT First show in Chicago. So that show was focused primarily on agriculture and agricultural processing, as well as food processing. That conference, I just want to mention, was a good one for us. We had support from the CanExport as well to go to that show, and we were able to get support from the Leduc Food Development Center, the provincial facility that operates as sort of a soft landing facility for international companies coming to Alberta. So we had Dr. Yang from the center came to the show to support meetings, and it was great to be able to utilize her network at the show and get a better understanding and be able to better speak to the concerns that folks had when they were looking at options for Northwest Alberta. Carbon Capture Canada, as I mentioned earlier, that's going to be happening next week from September 12th to 14th. There's also the Alberta Industrial Heartland AGM, which is happening on September 14th. The World Petroleum Congress event, which is September 17th to 22nd. And then we're hosting the Tri-Municipal event on September 20th at that show.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know previous government, the minister at the time was Minister Madhu. We had a conversation with him about, really looking internationally for opportunities, and it just triggered my memory when you were talking about IFT going to Chicago and having support from Export Canada. But within the provincial organization, there was supposed to be help when they were going on trade missions, that they would take municipalities or individual organizations with them. Have we reached out to the province to see if that's still available to us for whether it's workforce employment or even the healthcare or any of those kinds of things, to being able to be part of those delegations that were going?
So primarily, we've been working with Invest Alberta on the provincial side when it comes to the delegation side of things. So when we were at the World Petrochemical show in Houston, we spoke with the local Invest Alberta rep who connected us with the Consul General staff there, as well as the Canadian Texas Chamber of Commerce folks. So they helped secure for us a number of meetings at that show. And that representative, Virginia, she's actually going to be coming up for both Carbon Capture Canada and the World Petroleum Congress. So we're coordinating with her and the Consul General's office and the Canada Texas Chamber of Commerce groups to set up meetings for us at the carbon capture shows and the World Petroleum Congress. When it came to the Ag Tech show in San Francisco, we actually we worked with Ryan Murphy, one of the Invest Alberta reps, who he actually did a really great job of coordinating exactly who was coming. He also created like an online spreadsheet that showed all the different companies that were coming from Alberta, but also from across Canada, because there were groups like accelerators like SVG Thrive had a group of about 10 companies that they brought down to that show as well. So we really have been trying to coordinate with our Invest Alberta partners and then folks who are attending these shows, because we sort of think it makes way more sense for us to go as part of the Team Alberta as opposed to on our own. So it's one of the things we've definitely been working on. I think we can still continue to do a better job with, but definitely for this show, these two shows coming up, we've been in contact with both the Trade Commissioner Service and Invest Alberta to make sure that we're taking advantage of opportunities to get as many folks to the events that we're hosting, but also making sure that they're stopping by our booths and taking advantage of their B2B meeting services.
Right. Well, and this morning when Northwest Polytech was here and they talked about their opportunities and some programs that are in the works, they talked about their 3, I think it was MOUs they have with other universities for nursing programs. So to have a bilateral agreement as far as their curriculum and such, I guess is what I understood. But I think there's an opportunity to piggyback off some of that, because if they're attracting them from overseas, then they may not come by themselves. They may come with someone else, and there's an opportunity to talk to collaborate with them as well, I guess.
I think you're right. One of the things we'd seen in the Yes Winnipeg example, they had partnered with the province of Manitoba and done a number of specific hiring missions with individual companies. So I believe for the most part, at least these are some of the older missions from about, say, 10 years ago. They were targeting the Philippines, and they would go and have, 10, 20 different meetings a day at these different shows, these hiring shows, and they would offer through their provincial nominee program, a little bit different than our provincial program, job offers to bring folks out, and primarily focused on manufacturing in southern Manitoba. The team out there's through their regional workforce group, also part of the S Winnipeg team. They've been doing a number of trade missions, specifically on hiring. You know, they've gone to Buenos Aires to hire software developers. They've gone to, I think they're hosting one in Singapore fairly soon for similar jobs. So absolutely, there's an opportunity there to partner with the province and make those sort of things happen. It's just tying in the immigration aspect of it, as well as making sure that we have local employers who are trying, and we know exactly what they're working on. And I think that's one of the things we were hoping to pursue through the Regional Workforce Development Partnership. Just because, you know, if that group as planned sort of takes the lead on that workforce piece, that could absolutely be one of the things that they focus on is getting those outgoing missions and bringing folks back.
Yeah, what you don't know, you don't know. So yeah, for sure. Thank you.
In terms of projects coming up for Q3, by Q3, I mean working on right now, our certified site project, which is just about to launch, and I think will meet a lot of the needs related to the site selector conversations we've been having today. Continuing website materials updates, our guide to economic development, ongoing business engagements as follow-ups to our BRE survey, the regional workforce development work that we're continuing to work on, and sponsorship reporting is one of the things that we're working towards as well. So similar to what we on the front end of the presentation, we're talking about some of these activities that we've been reporting on, you know, groups and activities that our team's been doing for quite some time, just including some better reporting on those areas. That's sort of what we're hoping to do as well when it comes to sponsorships. And that is the end of the Q2 report.
Moving on to the next, is there any further questions for Jordan? Okay, so move on to your next one.
Fantastic. Everyone's going to be sick of me by the time we get through all 4 of these things. So this is related to the business retention and expansion survey that was completed by Deloitte earlier this year. So it's the full Deloitte report, but just to refresh everyone. This is our 5th survey between 2018 and 2023 to understand how to best support our local businesses. You know, it's one of the great tools, you know, in the economic developers toolkit to really get a good understanding of what the business community needs and work to support them directly through their requirements. And so we were able to connect with the broader business community, and then identifying specifically, as we had in the previous ones, surveys, you know, individual expansion, retention opportunities for follow-up on business by business basis. And that's what we've been working on. One of our new team members, Cindy Payton, she's been working very hard on getting these follow-up meetings completed so we can address the issues that businesses have raised individually. So in terms of the methodology, so we had a random telephone sample survey, about 150 businesses completed. Well, not about, it was 150 businesses from June 7th to June 23rd. The average phone interview length was about 15 minutes. And we do that on purpose to make sure it's easy for our businesses to support us in terms of answering these questions, because I think everyone's pretty burnt out with survey fatigue over the last number of years. So we try to be cognizant of that. The scientific approach ensured that the results had a high level of accuracy with a plus or minus 8% margin of error or a 95% confidence level. So basically, like 19 times out of 20, you would find that the statistical representation would match what's going on with the rest of the businesses in the community, which is why we're able to stay with a relatively smaller sample size, but still get a fairly high level of confidence that we're receiving the right information. So in terms of the firmographics, so when it came to the ownership of businesses, we had about 56%, sorry, it's a little hard to read on my end, locally owned and operated, with about 28% externally owned and operated, and about 60% self-employed businesses. So a lot of great feedback from our locally owned businesses. When we take a look at the breakdown of those businesses, so we had a decent number at 19% of retail trade, oil at 19%, oil and gas at 18%, transportation warehousing at 18%, construction at 13%, manufacturing 7%, and then dropping down to smaller numbers from there. If we take a look at the years operating in the county, we can see that over half of the businesses, 64%, have been in the county for more than 10 years. And nearly half of our, well, just I would say over half of our businesses, or the majority of our businesses, have under 20 employees, but a fairly large number at 42% are at that 1 to 5 employee range, which is good information for us. I mean, this is similar data to what we've seen over the last number of years through this survey. It sort of helps us align the types of programming and servicing we need to be offering to our businesses, just because we're dealing with smaller ones as opposed to extremely large firms. Just the needs and requirements are different depending upon who you're speaking to. We sort of asked if they had owned or rent their business properties. So almost 60% of the businesses we spoke to are owning their properties, which is great news in terms of our ability to retain them in the community. Typically, businesses that own properties are easier to retain to the community. 42% were on the renting side, and we take a look at our terms of lease. Of the 63 who responded to the terms of lease, you know, we had about 16% at month to month, 13% on 1 year term, and then other groups at longer different terms. We had 27% less than a year. So both those month to month and less than a year, we flagged those businesses to follow up and sort of get a better understanding of, okay, why haven't you been able to make a longer term commitment to the county? Is there something that's, you know, going on with your business? Is there, are you not able to find the right property? How can we sort of get you into something more long term and be a bit stickier to the community? When it comes to overall business performance, so we asked, you know, compared to the last fiscal year, have revenues in your business increased, decreased, or remained the same? So good news for us overall, 42% have seen increases and 39% remain the same, with only 19% seeing a decrease. And when we asked about their expectations for the next fiscal year, we can see that, you know, 38% of our businesses are saying they're expecting to see higher revenues, and 50% saying the same. So our overall net positive there. But if we say, when we look at the over the next 12 months, if you say your attitude about doing business in the county is, if we look at our overall net positive is 11% between our more negative and more positive. So, you know, overall, the businesses are sort of trending in the right direction. You know, they're seeing increased revenues last year, they're projecting increased revenues next year, and they're feeling more positive about being in the county, which is exactly what we want to see. And then, so Deloitte puts together a business performance forecast. So you can sort of see how, based on these responses, you know, how the business community is sort of reacting right now. So they've got us at about a plus 4.7. So they have us on the expanding side of the scale, which is great. It's great to see. On the Net Promoter Score, we ask folks, you know, do they agree that they would recommend the county to another business looking to expand or relocate? So in terms of our top two box, our somewhat agree and strongly agree, 90% of the businesses surveyed would recommend the county, which is fantastic news. As you know, as much as we promote the county as much as we can and try to provide the right information, you know, nothing's going to hit as well as a business that's operating here in the county recommending it to another business. And then when it comes to the overall Net Promoter Score, I see we're sitting about 18%, so indicating there's more positive proponents in the community than negative, which is great. If we go through the key performance indicator, which is overall how satisfied are you with the county as a place to own and operate a business, we've got 91% of the businesses as somewhat satisfied or very satisfied, which is a great number. And if we compare that over the years, so we've got, that's one of the great things about utilizing similar methodologies over the years. It's easier to compare year to year. So between 2018 and 2019, 2021 and 2022, you know, we're sitting right around where we want to be at that 93. We're not quite at 2019's 98%. That's too bad, but we're well in line with where we want to be in terms of in the 90s for overall satisfaction. Then we dive into the satisfaction levels of specific areas of doing business. So, for example, you know, when it comes to the availability of property to purchase or lease, that's one of the things that county businesses are most satisfied with. And then I would say, no surprise, and we talked a little bit about this on Monday, the availability of skilled labor, the availability of unskilled labor, broadband internet services, public transportation for workforce, those are all sort of on our lowest levels. But I think we've all sort of seen that across Canada, that access to workforce is one of those major challenges we're running into, which is why it was great to see the positive action that Northwest Polytechnic has done to sort of increase the number of seats for some of the areas that we're running into issues with. When we asked sort of in terms of the difficulty recruiting individual positions, we had 90 businesses answer this question. So mechanics was the most mentioned at 26%, tradespeople at 18%, laborers at 16%, equipment operators at 11%, and then dropping down into more administrative staff with retail staff sort of at the very bottom there at 2%. And in terms of difficulty recruiting unskilled positions, that was 75% was mentioned was laborers as being difficult to recruit for unskilled. When we asked to the extent they agree or disagree that the internet service in the county has been a significant barrier to revenue generation or an increase to expenses, we've got about 82% indicating that yes, they feel that internet service, has been a barrier or an increase to expenses in terms of their access. And this is something we've sort of seen, and we'll go through it later on over the 5 years that we've done the survey, that it's interesting to see how that internet service question has sort of changed over time. And from what we've seen, it's just become more important. Same question was related to cell phone service, in terms of having cell phone service as a barrier to recruitment or retention of employees. We had about 54% indicating just over half that yes, cellular service is a bit of an issue in terms of recruitment. We take a look at the derived importance and priority matrix. So this is a proprietary tool that Deloitte uses, where essentially it's based on the satisfaction index of total satisfaction as well as satisfaction of individual aspects of doing business. They're able to do a score between the two in terms of focusing on where the issues are of the most importance to the business community. So in terms of the higher priority, the availability of transportation options for workforce is fairly high. And in terms also of the availability of skilled labor, broadband internet service, unskilled labor, and health and medical services. So I don't think there's too many surprises on the list in terms of the issues we're seeing sort of across Canada, things that have been brought up in other areas, but it's one of those things that are on the issues. Then in terms of the overall performance and importance of areas like availability of property to purchase, availability of work-related training, relationship with local government for business needs, all of these areas are performing very well. And so they're not necessarily the highest on the overall priority rank. If we look at the Business Community Health Index, so these just take in factors from all of these different questions that were asked earlier. So the overall satisfaction, the future plans, workforce traction, retention, overall change in attitudes, revenue outlook. We can see that across the board there. So in terms of the Alberta 5-year average, the average index is about 751, and the county, we're sitting at 763. So we're sitting higher than we're sitting higher than average when it comes to compared to the rest of Alberta in terms of our community health index. And you can also see from earlier years, so 2018 it wasn't completed, but in 2019, 2021, 2022, we can see we're seeing similar but also increased numbers when it comes to our community health index. And I think that's sort of borne out. We'll also see in terms of the overall expansions, our business community is in more of an expansion mode right now than it has been in the last couple of surveys. So we asked businesses over the next 24 months what their plans are. So 40 businesses are planning to expand within the next 24 months, which was fantastic. It was a great number for us to see, and it really prioritizes a number of businesses for us to follow up with, see if we can support them. 18 within the next 6 months and 22 more than 6 months. 8 businesses were planning to downsize, 3 businesses were planning to locate, 5 businesses were planning to close, and 4 businesses were planning to sell. So we utilize these scores and how soon they're planning to make a change to sort of prioritize who we're reaching out to first. So our team has been working to follow up with these businesses directly and address the specific issues that they raised within the survey. So we asked, businesses in the community, do they know who they need to talk to at the county if they have a problem with their business or a concern they'd like to share?
Do you have a question here, Jordan?
Sorry.
Councillor Zimmerman. Oops.
Yeah, it's a ways back where you've got firmographics.
Okay.
So it says difficult recruiting skilled positions, and I see mechanics, tradespeople, laborers. Would you call them skilled?
Not necessarily, but it was an open response. So some folks, even when we asked the question, they would just say laborers, and that was how it was recorded in the actual meeting, in the phone call itself.
So in the next one over, then when you have unskilled, now you have laborers, that makes sense. Then you got administrative staff, I don't know if they're skilled. But technicians and apprentices and mechanics are all skilled laborers, aren't they?
Again, I absolutely hear what you're saying. It depends on the perception of the person we're speaking to, and it was more of an open answer question. So on a lot of the questions that were answered, we sort of gave them options. So either strongly agree, not agree. So we hadn't necessarily gone through and defined what a skilled position or what an unskilled position was to them. We were just sort of asking them the question and seeing what they came back with. So I agree with you. Depending on the situation, you could absolutely categorize them in different ways. It's just the way folks we spoke to were sort of thinking about those positions.
All right, thanks.
No, not a judgment call on our end. Sorry. So we just had 61% businesses understand who they need to talk to at the county if they have a concern they'd like to share, which is up from 49% in 2021 and sitting at the same level as 2022. So overall, I feel that businesses are feeling fairly confident on where they need to reach out to for support, but we can always see some improvements in those numbers. And that can also be attributed to better outreach and as well as better marketing from our team. When we asked over about communications, we asked sort of the business support programs that they were aware of. So 86% were aware that the chamber had programming to support their businesses, as well as Alberta Labor and Immigration, the Women Building Futures, Community Futures Grand Prairie, the Grand Prairie Support Network, Business Link, and none of the above. So we had some of the other answers, responses in there on that last 3%. But so for the most part, we can see that based on this response, the chamber's probably been the most successful in terms of highlighting their supports for businesses in the region. So it's just good to know that they've been successful in that area, but we can definitely, I think there's definitely some work there to continue to get our businesses connected to the other supporting programs that are out there. The problem is when it comes to support programming, it's very, very complicated. There's hundreds of different programs from different levels of government, and it can make anyone confused when they start trying to look for support. We come to our overall triage results. So we had 40 green flags and 26 red flags in terms of our follow-up. So those 66 businesses, those are the ones that we're really focused on in terms of doing our follow-up immediately. But we'll continue on working with their others to follow up and businesses as we speak to them or issues arise. Some of the year-over-year KPI track, and this is kind of interesting just to see how things have changed over the years. So when it comes to things like skilled labor, for example, back in 2018, when it came to skilled labor, there was 35% of the businesses we'd spoken to, they were sitting at that, only 35% were satisfied, jumped up a little bit in 2020, but then we've seen a bit of a decline heading into 2023, which I think we're sort of seeing for the rest of the country is in the same boat, where access to skilled labor in the right positions is becoming difficult, but definitely an area that we need to be focused on. Similar when it comes to unskilled labor as well, there was a bit of a bump through 2020, 2021, where skilled labor was a little bit more available, but we're still in less than half of our businesses are satisfied with the access they currently have to unskilled labor. In terms of overall support for or satisfaction with our zoning practices, we've seen a fairly significant increase from 2018. So we're able to manage into the 80s and high 70s in terms of that overall support, which is great. I think it's a good feedback on the way the team has been working. And then when it comes to the building process, we've seen an increase from 2018, which has remained high into 2023. So I think the businesses in our community, they're responding to and appreciative of the fact that we're working hard to sort of make those processes as easy as possible. When it comes to relationship with local government, nice to see that increase as well, from 2020 to 2023, going from 65% to 90% in terms of their overall satisfaction with their relationship with local government, which is fantastic, as well as the who to talk to. The availability of property, we saw a bit of a dip through from 2018 and 2023 with a high in 2021. In terms of the number of businesses that are planning to expand, 2018 was our highest number in terms of businesses that are planning to expand, with a big dip over 2020 and 2021. But it's nice to see, even though we're not at 2018 numbers, we're still quite a bit higher than we were through COVID. And you can also see in terms of asking internet satisfaction as for their future needs, we can see over time it looks as though there's been less satisfaction within that space, which is just showing, I believe, based on this information, how important internet is to businesses and how it's increasingly important over time, and the need to have access to high speed. And that's the end of the survey results.
Any further questions for Jordan on this? Seeing none, so item 3, 5.7.
Alrighty, so this was economic development and welcoming new businesses to the county. So this was in response to a question that was raised on a process for welcoming new businesses to the community, and it was an interesting process because we sort of thought about, how do we do this, or how do other communities do this? How do they welcome businesses in? And also, how do you know when a new business has arrived in the county? So we sort of put some thought to that, and we have a bit of a proposed process that we can follow. So the first is the new business identified. Now, this can actually be harder sometimes than you might imagine. Sometimes businesses don't arrive with a lot of fanfare, or don't necessarily always apply for permits or let us know that they've arrived in the community. So we're doing our best to work with planning, making sure we're keeping track of media, and making sure that we're doing our best to track when new businesses do set up in the county. So then the next step is to notify planning and public works once they are identified in the county. And our plan is to create sort of a fillable web form, sort of a new business welcome application. The idea there is to try to be fair to all new businesses that are coming to the county, because some we may just not be aware of. But if we create that section on our website and have a fillable form where a business can say, hey, I'm new to the county, how would I like to be recognized or welcomed? We've got a number of options there that they can choose from. And that way, we put a little bit of the onus back on the businesses to let us know, but while we're still trying to get out there and make sure we're paying attention. And then, we can send an engagement letter to them once we're identified. So they can either come through the fillable web form, or once we're aware the business is coming, we can send them this form directly. So the next step would be to input into applicable systems. So for our team, it's our HubSpot CRM system. We want to make sure the business is inputted into the system so we can track them and make sure all of our communications are in one place. Step 3 would be engaging communications. So this could be putting out a message out to local media and posting a blog on our website if we're having a new business come in. And then within the application itself, we have some options. So for example, one is, ribbon cutting with the potential attendance of Riva Council, potentially offering an introduction to council meeting, providing a welcome package, so a welcome letter, and a card from the economic development team. And then step 5 would also be to, after those things have happened, flag in our system for follow-up. So making sure we're checking in with them on regular intervals to make sure that they need support, or if they're having any issues, or what might be, just having good follow-ups, and then continue to follow up as part of our business retention and expansion engagement.
Okay, I don't see any questions on that or comments, so carry on.
All right. So the last one is related to business licenses. So there's a bit of a case, we've created a bit of a case study along with the RFD in the attachments there, but the PowerPoint itself is more basic than that. But one of the things we wanted to do is sort of have a bit of a conversation around how we would like to see this done. And we brought it to the couch just because we wanted to just get some input from you on where you want to go with this program. One of the reasons it's more of a complicated issue is, there was a motion, I believe it was sent back in 2019 to look into the implementation of an overall business license program. And there had been sessions previous to that to establish the scope and scale of a program. But, if licensing is prioritized by council, recommend that we have a session to establish, the clearly defined goals and scope for the impacts of implementation. And what I mean about that is essentially, a new business license program, it has potential to add layers of red tape and higher costs to doing business in the county, which has led to backlash in other communities which have attempted to establish these types of programs. So we really thought it was important to just sort of talk about the return on investment to the business community for establishing something like this based on what the priorities are. So, you know, for example, one of the things, and this is what the case study is sort of built around, was the idea that, you know, if we were to go ahead and establish a program, we would want to make sure we're reducing red tape and improving our overall customer service for businesses in the county. So the thought process behind that was maybe we dive into potentially combining our softwares, because right now we currently have a number of different systems that track businesses or interactions with businesses, be it from the assessment side or from the planning side or from the economic development side. You know, so businesses are having multiple interactions with us across multiple different systems and multiple different departments, but they're not necessarily linked together. So it's a difficult, it could be a bit of an easier process for doing that. So if that was one of the priorities of the business license program, that's great. However, it is a very difficult process, not impossible, obviously, but just understanding the order of magnitude of the undertaking, I guess, was one of the things we sort of wanted to talk about. Just if that is one of our goals and one of the things we really want to do, just that it will take a significant amount of time and energy, also resources in terms of sourcing the different softwares that would be able to achieve this, and the time to train and integrate folks into how to use these systems, as well as keeping them up to date once they've been established. So that was part of the just, you know, we wanted to flag that, you know, depending upon how we decide to do this, what the intention of the business license program is, like where are the things that are really important to council. We really want to get a better handle on that, so that we could get a better we could put together a better package for you to sort of establish those, you know, to achieve those goals. And the idea of the case study just attached was, if we decided to go ahead and do it that way, sort of what the order of magnitude would be getting that done.
So my perception from the past, when we were talking about this at a council level, the issue was we have all these people who move out to the country, CR5s, and I can business. I look on the county website. I don't need a business license. I can just start up a business. They don't realize that there's a development permit. So the thing is, how do you tie that together? Or I just checked our website. Do I need a development or a business license to start a business in the county? There's nothing on it. So I think it's to tie the fact that we have if you're going to start a business, you at least need a development permit, like some sort of communication there, so that we're not typically seeing those conflicts come to us at MPC and stuff, where someone started a business and then it creates all kinds of issues because, well, it doesn't say anything anywhere. They don't realize that, because they don't look at all the planning documents and what's required on those subdivisions and everything. So it was keep it simple. And how do we get that information? I mean, that's my perspective, but I see some other lights here. So Deputy Ferris.
Yeah, just what Bob said as well, like, we're not inventing the wheel here. There's successful business license programs in many municipalities across the country. Let's find one that works and use it, and get the one that meets these recommendations, the criteria so we're not adding additional red tape. I mean, have you looked at what other people do? Obviously you have.
Yes, we've definitely looked at other communities and how they've implemented this. It really sort of depends on, so the example that was just sort of mentioned, you know, the development permits and making sure that folks have those in there. Part of the issue of doing it that way and having it tied to that particular system is we'll also just need to make sure we properly resource the amount of follow-up, because we know to a certain extent that there are a number of communities, a number of folks out there who are in this similar situation, and it would create a fairly large compliance. We would need at least initially, a fairly large compliance resource to go ahead and follow up on all that. And just sort of understanding, you know, what, you know, if that's what council decides we want to go after and do, that just the order of magnitude that would go behind that. You know, there would have to be significant amount of time and energy spent following up with individual property owners and making sure that they're following up on those areas. So, you know, it's just making sure that we're aligning with what council wants to achieve. So we have looked at other programs. I mean, if you look at, for example, the city has launched their program over the last number of years, and you know, it's been ongoing. There's been a bit of backlash against it, partly because of the cost of businesses signing up to access it, and you know, we've heard from them that, you know, they still after a number of years of working to keep it updated, they still don't really have a full understanding of how many businesses are out there 100%. You know, there's lots of gaps in that system. It's a lot of time and energy to update. It's all doable, but it's just depending on how we want to do it.
Yeah, I think what we're really wanting to do is get a system that gets rid of the confusion. So how do you do that? Well, change development permit to a business license, or however we want to do it, right?
Right.
Like,
Or have it named the same, or
have it, yeah,
business development permit / business license.
yeah.
Like, keep it as simple as possible, just so people are clear.
So if the goal was simply just to have your business development permit be your business license, that's absolutely one way we could go. And you know, that's absolutely something that could happen if that's the way you would want to approach it. So it's just the goals of the program, I guess, are part of the question, right? So if the goal of the program is that everyone has a development permit, and then everyone who has a development permit has a business license, it's that same piece, right? We'll require a significant amount of follow-up to make sure that that everyone's in compliance if that's one of the goals of the program.
Well, yeah, there's some other lights here, so I'll let them go first. Councillor Frayne.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My question was, you had mentioned the different models that we have in assessment planning and economic development. So in our current model, how would those talk to one another? Would we require additional services to make that happen?
Based on the research I've done so far, we would likely need new systems, or a new system that could integrate all of those different aspects into one program for us to be able to do that. It doesn't, from what I understand, it doesn't appear that the programs that we currently have the ability to speak to one another, or the APIs don't exist to integrate them. So it would be the implementation of new software. And one of the things we include within the potential action plan would be, you know, a review of what a detailed review of what those softwares actually are and what the implementation costs and everything else would go into that. But it would be a fairly large undertaking if we decide to go that route.
And then from an economic development perspective and what you have in your database, what do you think you're missing for capture rate that would exist in assessment and planning?
It's hard to say whether or not we would get everything based off of that. I mean, because, you know, again, there are gaps on the development permit side of things, so there would be follow-up related to that. I mean, if we go strictly by the Canadian Business Counts database, which is updated, say, every 6 months from CRA, that's probably the most accurate count we have of businesses that are currently out there in the community. You know, we're able to, through other directories, maybe we're finding names, addresses, websites of businesses. We're probably capturing, I would probably say, less than half of what's being countered or what's being presented by Stats Canada. The downside to the list that they provide every 6 months is that it only includes the census subdivision that a business is located in and their industry and the number of employees. They don't give you any other additional information. So it's targeting data to let you know how many of a particular business might be out there, but you know that there seems to be a fairly significant gulf between what's readily or publicly available versus the data that Stats Canada has in terms of the true number of businesses that are in the community. And even that number doesn't necessarily give you the full number, because those are only businesses that have GST numbers and have revenues of over $30,000 a year. So there's a lot of other businesses that would fly under that radar as well. So it's a significant undertaking to have a better understanding. But, you know, obviously it's one of the things that our team continually tries to keep up to date. You know, one of the first things we did when we implemented our CRM system was upload all the years worth of survey data. So we have now in our system, everyone who's completed one of our surveys in the past, we have their responses tied directly to them. And that's still, it's a great database and it gives us lots of information to follow up on, but we're not kidding ourselves by thinking that it's a comprehensive list of who's actually out here.
Thank you.
Councillor Peterson.
So myself, I think, you know, as far as enforcement of it, I'm not sure, in my opinion anyway, that's really the goal. It's more, let's try and get people to be aware that they need a license. I even think we shouldn't be charging for the license. Just get some information for them so that we are able to contact them. We can offer them help if they need it. You know, we can inform them on a business development need if that's what they need. You know, we just help them along the way. I mean, that's kind of a big part of your projects is helping the existing businesses we have to be more successful. And we have no cost to it. The likelihood of more people signing in is good. I mean, and there will be some that won't, but we'll always have that. And I think our money wasted running around enforcing it is not the kind of goal I'd like to see. I'd rather see voluntary compliance, and if they don't, they don't. But they're losing out because they don't get the help that they could be getting, you know? So I think after time it'll become more popular, especially if we don't have a cost to it.
Councillor Beaupre.
Yeah, I see that this seems to be problematic for administration. I mean, we've been going around and around. You're the second ED that we've talked to this about. And, you know, we either need to move forward with direction from council, or we need to figure out a different solution. And one of the things that I was thinking about is maybe there's a need to change from the other side, you know, whether it's working with real estate practitioners and lawyers and whatever, and even on all the titles that we have, the ones that are CR5s or whatever, maybe there needs to be a notification or caveats or something on there that says you require permission to operate a business. And that way you create a database or whatever you want to call it. And because right now what we have is the cost that's associated with the enforcement and resolution is significant. Because I know the cost of registering on caveats or instruments are going to be costly as well. But you think of the people that we that are drug in here because assessment has notified us that there's a business operating without a license or without a permit or whatever, or there's a conflict between landowners people are operating, then they would bring them in front of us and we make the decision whether they can operate or not, whether they're even, regardless of whether it's not allowed in that jurisdiction. We're pitting individuals at times against each other with what some of our decisions are. Most of them are based on legislative requirements, but a lot of them are because we're grandfathering them because they've been existing for X amount of years within their thing, and they may have changed owners, and now the neighbors are seeing that there's more conflict. So somewhere along the line, we have to change that, and it may not be starting with a license or awareness. It means maybe it needs to start on the other end and work the other direction.
Councillor Zimmerman.
In all this data, and not just this one, the one before and everything, are we considering, you know, with businesses, are we considering farming as a business?
Definitely if we're able to find a listing for the business. So at least when it comes to the telephone survey, you know, we're basing it off, are there businesses that we have access to telephone numbers for? And we're calling those from a number of different sources, Dun & Bradstreet Hoover lists, our previous surveys, Info Canada, where we're pulling together all of the publicly available directories we can and then culling them down. So if a farm is listed as a business and we're able to find their number, then they would for sure be on the list.
All right.
Deputy Ferris.
Yeah, it's just a comment that, so just understand that this request for business license from council is not a request from council for us. It's a request to make things easier for you. So figure out how this request makes things easier for you. And the residents of the County of Grand Prairie, so they're not confused.
Right. Well, it's good, better to understand the thought process that's going behind the request. I mean, and again, if one of the goals is not necessarily, you know, enforcing compliance, but it's more of an opt-in program similar to what we proposed for the welcoming new business. If it's just it's just something that folks can opt into or not opt into, and we might be able to flag follow-ups around compliance issues. That's something that's definitely a different set of requirements or goals versus what might have been discussed previously.
Yeah, so there'll be other ways of enforcement too, because they'll go to the bank and they'll say, "What's your business number or your business license?" And they'll say, well, "I don't have one." And the bank will say, "Well, have a nice day."
Right.
Yeah, so, you know, so there is other ways that it'll get complied to.
Councillor Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mine is a comment on the farming comment, and then you're saying that if you can find a phone number for them, you can find phone numbers for most any of us that farm online that are like, I'm Wolf Lake Farms Incorporated. Yes, I'm a corporation, but it's just my husband, my son, and myself. We're not really a corporate farm, but that was what we were suggested 35 years ago to do for tax purposes. But it's also, my concern is if we start treating, we already have a diminishing amount of farmers. We don't want to get the big corporate farmers. We want to have local farmers, and we don't want to start doing business licenses and stuff on them, just for the fact that it's not the same as an oil and gas industry. It's not the same as the mechanic shop down the road. It is a different. We have to remember where our history is in our community too. And I see a few people not agreeing with me with that, and that's fine. But we do have to acknowledge that I might be a corporation, but I'm not a business. I am a full farm. If I was a business, I would have been out of business 20 years ago, because businesses usually have to make money to actually continue. And a lot of farmers, we do it because we love the industry, not because it's our job, because we all have off-farm jobs. So I'm just saying, like, we do have to be a bit cautious on that, tracking farms down for that, because that could cause a lot of backlash, as well as a lot of extra work and headache that you guys really don't want.
Councillor Beaupre.
You probably saw me shake my head, because I do agree with you that traditional farms have multiple businesses happening. They're not all just about agriculture. There's some that have a bookkeeping business or something, which is, it doesn't create issues, but if there's a complaint made that it's not a traditional agriculture, that there's gravel trucks hauling back and forth out of there. They're using their farm operation as a front for their travel, for their vehicle hauling.
They have commercial plates almost.
Right, but I'm just saying, me, Joe, urban individual doesn't recognize that there's a difference between a commercial plate and a farm plate, right? This provides whoever they're talking to in our administration to go into it and says, yeah, no, sorry, these individuals, that's not a commercial plate, they're hauling on their own. If they are doing something with a farm plate that they're not supposed to, that gives our enforcement an opportunity to go do something about it. You know, so there's different options available, and I think that that's the thing about it is, I know the conversation we've had in the past was even bottom of our those green signs. Well, the green signs that we have there, yeah, whatever they.
Well, the address, both addressing.
Signs, even something that just identifies that there's a business happening at the bottom. Just as simple as that it shows people that the county knows that they're there, and it's either an approved practice. And if it's not an approved practice, then they have to come here and find out that whether it's approved or not. It provides those statistics that you may find that are part of the gap, that people are using outside areas because they have a high-speed internet access that doesn't require them to have bricks and mortar in an urban center.
Again, this is to keep it as simple as possible, right? I know there's going to be conflicts. It's not to nail everybody that's done in the past. That we have a process to deal with that, whether it's complaint driven or whatever. It's to reduce so we don't have future conflicts. If we're going to continue to grow and develop and we don't have a clear defined so that people understand that they have to, like right now we've got home minor, intermediate and major. Minor doesn't even require any approval at all, as long as you meet within their criteria. So somewhere where we link the document so people understand business license, what's required, which one, and do you fall under these? If it's an intermediate, you're going to probably require one. If it's a major, you're going to require one. If it's a minor, carry on with what you're doing. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. So, but the big one is to reduce the conflicts going forward. I mean, we're still going to have to deal with the ones that going in the past, and it may elevate that for a while because people are now more aware of that and stuff. But we want to keep this as simple as possible and make it as easy for you guys. And so we don't have those conflicts continually coming, or reduce the number of conflicts that are continually coming at us at MPC where we have to make those decisions and stuff. Where if we had that clear and people understood, we might be able to reduce it by some factor. So you have a clear understanding of where we're at now?
Absolutely more than I did before we had the conversation, for sure.
Okay.
Good, going off the previous documents was sort of what I had to work with, so, and they were from,
No, this is good.
they were from a while ago too, so.
Yeah. No, it's been a while since this has come back to council. It's probably been 4 years before COVID anyways.
Yeah.
So.
So if I could just make sure I'm understanding everything correctly. So we're essentially just trying to, because some communities, you know, when they do a business license program, they're after revenue from licenses, or they're trying to curtail specific uses, or just sort of understanding, you know, the thought process. So essentially, we're just trying to head off future conflict by just improving overall awareness. That seems to be the main goal of what's being discussed here. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. So they understand that a development permit is the same. If you're going to run a business, you need both. They're the same thing.
Okay.
Councillor Zimmerman.
As far as the development permit or business license, I think there should be a charge, not much. But if you don't put a charge on it, it makes it, well, it's free anyway, so who really cares? What, you know what I mean? There's got to be a value to it for them to have it.
That's a $5,000 fine if you're out of compliance.
They're going to say a free thing that you're going to charge me $5,000 for now, like.
If you're out of, if they do, yeah. I mean, that's a consequence. If they're out of compliance and they come back to the Municipal Planning Commission, Municipal Planning Commission has the ability to fine them. And it has happened in the past to a number of people. Not recently, but it has happened. So.
Great. Well, so based on this conversation, I think we have more to go on in terms of putting together, you know, a more official request for decision at potentially a council, so we can take that back and get to work on something that sort of aligns with where your thought process is.
Yeah, I have one more, Councillor Peterson.
Sorry.
I really think the business license is a helpful thing. I think that, you know, for young, small businesses coming out, it's kind of normal to think you need a business license, you know, and I think that's something that people would be looking for. And at that point, when they apply, then they can find out further things that they need, you know, more help. I think it just starts everybody out on a better foot, and will reduce the conflicts later on, which is kind of the goals. And if we keep that pretty simple, you know, whether we have a small fee for it or no fee at all, you know, that doesn't matter to me, but I think it's a pretty important process.
Deputy Harris.
Yeah, just consider we'd like to see no new employees. So
Keep it simple.
Figure out how to do this with no new employees.
Councillor Beaupre.
You know, I was gonna say, if you business license signifies that maybe you need to pay to have it. Maybe we need to change it to something and call it a business identifier or business disruptor. I mean, you do whatever you want. I mean, honestly, there's all kinds of monikers that you could use to identify why you need to actually register.
Okay, so I'm going to close this now. Don't want to confuse it anymore. So with that, we are done with 5.8. So thanks for coming and presenting, Jordan. A lot of information over the last hour and a half, probably.
Yeah.
So thank you. So with that, we're going to move on to, and there's no request. No, there aren't. Topics for next agenda. So item 6.1, I'm going to go to General Manager Conor Wallach.
I thought that was a Carol thing. Try to loop you into that one. Oh. So yeah, this is just the following topics for the upcoming Committee of the Whole. September 19th. AEP is coming for an update. I'm not sure, Daryl, if the Shooters Club was coming in. I thought not.
The
club themselves will not be coming,
Yeah.
but we'll be having an update from
An update.
Superintendent Rempel.
Thank you for that. And then you can see some of the other topics that will be brought forward to future meetings. So not sure if there's any questions.
Doesn't look like it at this point. So Councillor Beaupre.
So during the AEP one, will we also get or no, I guess maybe that's not because it's on deeded land, but the connector between the city and the county for the trail update, will we have some of that coming forward? Because we've awarded, or we announced the funding, right? And my understanding is it was going to be done before fall. Have they started any of that?
So that project has been awarded. Council awarded the project itself. The trail itself, that's the federal funding. So we're trying to get that done before March.
Okay.
And then there's kind of parking area and the bridge piece that will probably not get done this year.
Okay.
So we had not planned to give an update other than that it's awarded and currently targeting primary completion this year. We just want to make sure we maximize the 750,000 from the feds. So.
Okay, and I guess because it is a federal thing, will we be doing some sort of and I know we did a news announcement, will we have some kind of once the primary completion is done, have some kind of a joint city, county, people that use the trails and the federal government, some kind of a event?
I would suggest that might be better in the spring.
When it's done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I'm getting tons of questions because of the news release that went on.
Yep. Yeah. So it's, like I say, it was awarded and it's going full steam. We're dealing right now with Alberta Environment on a wetland indigenous consultation issue that is strange because it's a wetland on private land. So usually you wouldn't have a duty to do a full consultation because you're not impacting crown or traditional land uses. So other than that, I think we're pretty geared up to be significant completion here.
I guess there's been some change in Alberta Environment with wetlands, especially now with on private land, they can award orders of reclamation again, right? So yeah, which is somewhat problematic for a lot of people. Okay, thank you.
Yep. So if there is a more formal update required, Councillor Beaupre, we can add it to the agenda, but okay.
Okay. So with that, I'm seeing no more further lights. That brings us to, there's nothing for closed session. So we are adjourned. See you all in 16, 17 days.